Hello guys, welcome to Muse Fanfiction. So in this video, we will see what if the goblins trained Harry from age 5 and he returned to the wizarding world as their king. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The king comes without a wand. The great hall of Hogwarts was alive with the clatter of golden plates and the roar of 1,000 conversations. For long tables stretched the length of the enchanted chamber, each crowded with students in black robes, their faces lit by the floating candles that drifted like stationary stars beneath the charmed ceiling. The older years leaned across benches, swapping summer stories while the newly sorted first years huddled together, still wide-eyed from their journey across the Black Lake. At the head table, the faculty occupied a raised dais, their silhouettes backlit by the massive stained-glass windows that depicted the four founders in jewel-toned repose. Albus Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair at the center, fingers steepled before his half-moon spectacles, a plate of lemon sherbets untouched at his elbow. He watched the hall with the quiet satisfaction of a conductor surveying an orchestra before the symphony begins. Everything was in its place. The sorting had concluded without incident, 3 Gryffindors, 2 Ravenclaws, 4 Hufflepuffs, and 1 pale Slytherin girl who had flinched when the hat touched her head. The food had appeared exactly on schedule. The ghosts were drifting through their opening night pageantry, nearly headless Nick demonstrating his partial decapitation to horrified first years. Then the wards screamed. No one else heard it, not the way Dumbledore did. To the students, the temperature simply dropped 3 degrees and the main doors shuddered once, a great bronze reverberation that silenced the nearest tables. Professor McGonagall half rose from her seat, her tartan robes rustling with sudden tension. Professor Snape's hand disappeared into his sleeve, his dark eyes fixed on the entrance with the cold focus of a duelist counting paces. Dumbledore felt the wards part. Not break, they remained intact, humming with the ancient protections he had spent 40 years reinforcing. But they had parted, like a curtain drawn aside by an unseen hand. Something had entered the castle. Something the wards recognized. The great oak doors swung open. 4 goblins entered the great hall. They were not the stooped, suited functionaries that wizards encountered at Gringotts counters. These goblins wore armor, not ceremonial plate but battle-forged silver steel, each piece etched with angular runes that pulsed with a deep amber light. Their heads were bare, long ears pierced with rings of office, dark eyes sweeping the hall with the cold assessment of soldiers entering potentially hostile ground. They moved in a diamond formation, hands resting on the curved blades at their hips, and between them walked a boy. He was small for 11, though something in his posture made the question of height irrelevant. His robes were not the standard black of Hogwarts but a deep forest green, the fabric shifting with subtle patterns that caught the candlelight like scales. Over his shoulders hung a cloak of grey wool, pinned at the throat with a silver brooch that depicted a hammer crossed over a wand, both wreathed in flame. His hair was black and untamable, his eyes emerald green behind round spectacles, and on his brow rested a crown. It was not a large crown. No gaudy jewels or towering spikes. It was a circlet of dark iron, thinner than a finger, worked with patterns so fine they seemed to move in the flickering light. At its center, just above the boy's scar, a single stone burned, not a gem but a coal, a fragment of living ember that cast warm light across his features. The boy stopped at the head of the hall, between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables. His goblin escort fanned out behind him, and for a long moment no one spoke. Even the ghosts had frozen, the bloody baron's chains hanging motionless in the sudden silence. "I am Hadrian," the boy said. His voice carried without shouting, pitched to reach every corner of the hall. First of that name, king of the Underrealm, forge warden of the deep roads, and sovereign of the goblin nation. I come under the treaty of the hammer and quill, year our reckoning 1457, which guarantees my person's safe passage and my word's honest audience in any magical institution within the territories of the British Ministry of Magic. He paused, and something flickered in his expression, not nerves, but the particular patience of someone accustomed to waiting for slower minds to catch up. I am also called Harry Potter. I understand some of you were expecting me. The silence shattered. 300 students erupted into chaos, gasps, shouts, the scrape of benches as children stood to get a better look. Harry Potter. The name ricocheted off the stone walls, multiplied by 100 voices. That's Harry Potter. Why is he wearing a crown? Are those goblins? Did he say king? At the head table, Dumbledore rose slowly. His expression remained calm, even curious, but his hands gripped the edge of the table with force enough to whiten his knuckles. He had planned for Harry Potter to arrive on the Hogwarts Express, alone and overwhelmed, a child in need of guidance. He had planned for a boy he could shape, protect, and ultimately prepare for the sacrifice that prophecy demanded. This was not that boy. Silence, Dumbledore said, and the single word fell across the hall like a blanket, amplified by magic. The student body quieted in layers, first the prefects, shushing their charges, then the older students, then finally the first years who had never seen the headmaster speak with such weight. When only the candles crackled, Dumbledore descended from the dais. He walked with measured steps, his purple robes sweeping the flagstones, until he stood 10 feet from the boy who wore a crown. The goblins tensed, their hands shifting on their weapons, but the boy, Hadrian, Harry, did not move. He simply watched Dumbledore with those green eyes, unblinking. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. His voice was gentle now, grandfatherly, the tone he had perfected over decades of putting frightened children at ease. "We have been expecting you, though I confess we did not anticipate the manner of your arrival. The Hogwarts Express is the traditional means of transport for our students." "I am not a student," Harry said. "Not in the way you mean. All magical children in Britain are entitled to a place at this school. The quill that writes the book of admittance does not make mistakes, nor does it concern itself with titles. The quill writes what it is permitted to write," Harry replied. "But I do not dispute my admission. I will attend classes, sit examinations, and abide by the school rules that do not conflict with my oaths as king. What I will not do is pretend that I am only a student, or that my crown is a costume, or that the nation I represent can be folded into your institutional machinery as though it were a rebellious house elf." A sound rippled through the faculty table. Professor McGonagall's lips had pressed into a bloodless line. Snape was staring at Harry with an expression that might almost be called fascination. Hagrid, the groundskeeper, had tears streaming into his beard, his massive hands clasped together. "Harry," he whispered, loud enough that half the hall heard him. "Last time I saw ya, were only a baby." Harry's gaze shifted to Hagrid, and for the first time something human flickered behind the royal composure. "I know you," he said. "You brought me to the Dursleys on a flying motorcycle. Stood on their doorstep and wept when you handed me over." Hagrid nodded, his beard bobbing. "Yeah, remember?" "No. But the goblins who retrieved me 3 years later found memories in the blood. They showed me." Harry's voice softened, fractionally. "You were kind. That matters." Dumbledore seized the opening. "Then you understand that you were left with your aunt and uncle out of necessity. Your mother's sacrifice, my mother's sacrifice created a protection that required bloodkin to sustain," Harry interrupted. "I am aware of the mechanics. What I question is the follow-through." His voice did not rise, but the temperature around him dropped, frost crystallizing along the edges of his crown. 3 years, headmaster. 3 years in a cupboard under the stairs before my people found me. 3 years of hunger and cold and the particular cruelty of those who hate what they cannot understand. Your blood wards worked perfectly. Your oversight did not." The silence that followed was heavier than before. Dumbledore's face had gone very still, the twinkle in his eyes extinguished. "I did not know," he said. "You did not choose to know," Harry corrected. "There is a difference. My forge master taught me that willful ignorance is the most common form of negligence, and negligence is the most common form of cruelty." One of the goblins behind Harry made a sound, a deep, approving rumble. He was older than the others, his silver armor inscribed with 3 times the runes, his long fingers adorned with rings of office. "Well spoken, Your Grace," he said in accented English. The wizard hears the truth and finds it bitter. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the older goblin. "Griphook. It has been many years." "Not enough," Griphook replied. "You came to Gringotts 16 years ago, Dumbledore, seeking our forges to craft a solution to your Dark Lord problem. We refused you. I see you found another way." His gaze shifted pointedly to Harry's scar. "One that cost others dearly." "We are not here to litigate the past," Harry said, before the tension could escalate further. "The past is iron, it can be melted and reforged, but not erased. We are here to discuss the future." He reached into his robes and withdrew a scroll, not parchment, but thin hammered metal, silver white and flexible as cloth. Glowing runes covered its surface. "The Goblin Nation formally requests recognition of full sovereignty, a seat on the International Confederation of Wizards, and the return of all goblin-forged artifacts currently held by wizarding institutions, including but not limited to the Sword of Godric Gryffindor, the Hufflepuff Cup, and the Diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw." The hall erupted again. Professor Flitwick, the diminutive charms master, had gone pale with something between horror and academic fascination. "Those objects are priceless historical artifacts," he squeaked. "They belong to the school." "They belong to the goblins who forged them," Griphook growled. "Wizards have never understood the distinction. What goblins make remains goblin property. The wizard who commissions a sword purchases its use for his lifetime. When he dies, it returns to us. This is the law." "Goblin law," Dumbledore said carefully. "Not wizard law. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill harmonizes both," Harry said. "You ratified it with your own signature, Headmaster, when you served as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Article 12, Clause 3, all territorial disputes between signatory nations shall be subject to the older law of the contested territory. The sword was forged beneath the mountain. It belongs to the mountain." Dumbledore was silent. He could not refute the point without shredding the treaty, and shredding the treaty would plunge goblin-wizard relations into chaos that the Ministry could not afford, not with the whispers of dark activity beginning to stir, not with the fragile peace that had held for barely a decade since Voldemort's fall. He had been outmaneuvered by an 11-year-old who had spent 6 years studying contracts in goblin deep forges. "These are matters for the Ministry," Dumbledore said at last. "And for the Board of Governors. Tonight is meant to be a celebration." "Tonight is the night I chose," Harry said. "Celebrations draw attention. Attention ensures witnesses. And I have learned that wizards are most honest when they are observed." He rolled the metal scroll and replaced it in his robes. "But I will not interrupt your feast further. I understand there is a sorting to complete." "You have already been sorted," McGonagall said, stepping forward with the stool and ancient hat in question. The sorting hat was clear in its findings before the term began. "Gryffindor, like your parents." Harry looked at the hat. It looked back at him, or rather, its brim twitched, the tear near its point opening like a mouth considering speech. "May I?" Harry asked, extending his hand. McGonagall hesitated, glancing at Dumbledore. The headmaster gave a minute nod, and she surrendered the hat. Harry did not sit on the stool. He held the sorting hat at arm's length, and the hall watched in stunned silence as the ancient artifact began to speak. "Ah," said the hat. "You again. You know me. I know every magical child born in Britain. It is my purpose. But you I lost. 5 years old, and suddenly your signature vanished from my awareness. I assumed you were dead." "I went underground," Harry said. "Deep enough that your magic does not reach. The goblin deep roads," the hat mused. "Yes, that would do it. And now you return, wearing a crown and speaking treaties. Tell me, child, where shall I put you now?" I was under the impression that was your decision. Don't be coy. You are a king. Kings are not sorted, they sort others. The last time a crowned head sat before me was Merlin himself, and even he had the decency to look uncertain. A ripple of whispers ran through the hall. The mention of Merlin had ignited something reverent and fearful. I am not Merlin, Harry said. No. Merlin was a wizard who learned goblin craft. You are a goblin-raised wizard. The distinction matters. The hat's brim furrowed. You have the courage of Gryffindor. You charged into a hall full of potential enemies with 4 guards and your head held high. But courage is not your core, it is a tool you wield, not the forge that shaped you. Then Ravenclaw, came the voice of a student from the eagle-decorated table. He quoted treaty articles from memory. But the hat was already shaking its creased point. Knowledge is your weapon, not your heart. You learn to apply, not to know. A true Ravenclaw learns for the joy of learning. You learn to win. Slytherin, then, said another voice, this one cooler, measured. Draco Malfoy, pale and pointed, watching Harry with an intensity that bordered on hunger. Cunning. Ambition. He's wearing a crown he took for himself. He did not take it, the hat corrected. He was forged for it. There is a difference, young Malfoy. And while he has the ambition of Salazar's line, his ambition is not personal. He does not seek power for its own sake. He seeks power to protect. That is Hufflepuff territory, oddly enough. I am not patient, Harry said. My forge master says I rush the temper in every blade I make. And yet you waited 6 years to present yourself, the hat countered. You delayed your entrance until the precise moment of maximum impact. You can be patient when patience serves. You simply choose not to be when it doesn't. It paused. You are all 4 houses and none of them. You are a creature of the forge, not the school. Where am I supposed to put someone who was raised to rule rather than to learn? You could put me where I belong, Harry said, and for the first time something in his voice shifted, not much, just a slight lowering, a softness that the hat apparently understood, because its leather face creased into something approximating a smile. Yes, the hat murmured. Yes, I suppose I could. And then, louder, to the hall, Hadrian, called Harry Potter, first of his name, King of the Underrealm. I name you Crown Unyielding. Take your place at this school not as a house member, but as what you are, a sovereign who attends. The hat fell silent. Harry handed it back to a stunned McGonagall, then turned and walked to the space between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables. A bench scraped backward without being touched, goblin magic, runes of motion etched into the stone floor during the castle's construction, awakened by the crown's authority. A small table rose from the flagstones, simple iron, unadorned but solid. Harry sat. His goblin guard arrayed themselves behind him, motionless as statues. And slowly, with the creak of shifting bodies, the great hall returned to its feast, though the volume had dropped by half and the glances thrown toward the iron table never stopped. The meal passed in a strange, suspended tension. Food appeared on Harry's table as it did on all the others, the house elves apparently recognizing him as someone deserving of hospitality even if the Sorting Hat had invented a new category for his existence. He ate with the precise, economical movements of someone who had learned table manners in a forge rather than a dining room, no wasted motion, no slouching, his utensils held in the goblin style with the knife in the left hand and fork in the right. Students approached in waves. The brave ones first, a knot of Gryffindor second-years who wanted to see the famous scar, a Ravenclaw prefect who asked 3 increasingly technical questions about goblin smithcraft before her friends dragged her away. Then the cautious ones, circling like satellites. Hermione Granger arrived with a battered copy of Goblin treaties and their enforcements tucked under her arm, her bushy hair crackling with static electricity from nerves. I read about the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill, she said, not sitting down but standing across the table from him, her chin raised. It was signed by Uric the Oddball in 1457, but most historians consider it void because Uric was later declared magically incompetent. Harry looked up at her. Uric was not incompetent. He wore a jellyfish for a hat because he was testing a theory about Nidarian psychic resonance. The experiment failed, but his mind was sound when he signed. The ministry declared him incompetent posthumously to void the treaties' obligations. Hermione's eyes widened. I didn't know that. How do you know that? Goblins keep better records than wizards. And we do not burn our libraries when the truth becomes inconvenient. He gestured to the bench across from him. Sit, if you wish. You're the first person tonight who has asked a question worth answering. Hermione sat, her book thumping onto the table. I have more. Dozens. Hundreds. You will have to pace yourself. The feast ends in an hour. But there was something in his voice, not warmth, exactly, but the ghost of warmth, the promise that warmth might one day exist. He caught Dumbledore watching them from the head table. The headmaster's expression was unreadable, but his dessert lay untouched, and his fingers were steepled so tightly that the tips had gone white. Harry met his gaze and held it for 3 full seconds before returning his attention to Hermione's increasingly detailed interrogation. The feast concluded with the school song, a dismal affair that Harry observed without participating, and the prefects began herding their charges toward the dormitories. Harry did not move. His goblin guard remained behind him, silent and watchful, as the river of students parted around them like water around stones. You will need a place to sleep, Dumbledore said, approaching with McGonagall at his side. The Gryffindor dormitory would be inappropriate, Harry finished. I am not a Gryffindor. And my presence in any single house would be interpreted as favoritism, which would undermine my diplomatic standing. He stood. I will reside in the Chamber of Requisitions, on the 7th floor. My people will attend to the furnishings. The Room of Requirement? McGonagall's eyebrows rose. How do you even know of it? That chamber is not common knowledge. Goblin architects built this castle, Griphook said. We remember every stone, every ward, every hidden passage. The Room of Requirement was originally a goblin-forged shrine, desecrated by Rowena Ravenclaw's meddling. The crown reactivates its original purpose. Dumbledore's jaw tightened. I must object. The Room of Requirement is a shared school resource. It cannot be appropriated as a private residence. I am not appropriating it. I am reclaiming it. Harry's voice was calm, immovable. But I am not unreasonable. The room will remain accessible to students who truly need it, so long as they do not disturb my quarters. I assume that compromise is acceptable. It was not a question. Dumbledore heard the steel beneath the words and nodded slowly. Very well. Professor McGonagall will escort you to the 7th floor. That is unnecessary. I know the way. Harry turned to leave, then paused, looking back over his shoulder. Headmaster. Tomorrow morning I will need access to the forbidden section of the library. There is a book there, Secrets of the Darkest Arts, that contains reference to a particular sealing ritual. I wish to consult it. That book is restricted for a reason. I am aware. That reason has a name. Harry's eyes were very green in the candlelight. Quirinus Quirrell. Your defense against the dark arts professor. He arrived in Albania last summer and returned with a passenger. The passenger is interested in a certain stone currently housed on the 3rd floor. The color drained from Dumbledore's face. How do you know this? Goblins have our own intelligence networks. We have been watching the Ministry's movements for centuries. When a Dark Lord's wraith attaches itself to a Hogwarts professor, we notice. Harry inclined his head, the gesture somewhere between a nod and a dismissal. I did not come to Hogwarts solely for recognition, Headmaster. I came because there is a threat growing in your school, and my people have no desire to see Voldemort reborn any more than you do. McGonagall flinched at the name. Dumbledore did not. If you know about the stone, Dumbledore said quietly, then you know why it must be protected. And why you, of all people, should stay far away from it. Because of the prophecy, Harry said. Yes. I know about that too. My Forge Master found it in the Department of Mysteries records. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. He recited the words without inflection, as though reading from a grocery list. You built your entire strategy around an infant. You shaped my life around a prediction made by a half-drunk seer in a Hogsmeade pub. And you never once asked what I might want. Dumbledore opened his mouth, but Harry raised a hand. We will discuss this later. Tonight I am tired, and you are off balance, and anything said between us now would be said poorly. Sleep. Recalibrate. Accept that the chessboard has changed. He turned and walked toward the great doors, his goblin guard falling into formation around him. Good night, Headmaster. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were a different creature than the sunlit halls that greeted students each morning. The portraits snored in their frames, their painted subjects slumped against canvas trees or draped across painted furniture. The torches burned low and blue, casting shadows that seemed to move independently of any light source. Harry walked through this nocturnal landscape with the ease of long familiarity, his feet finding the correct path without conscious thought. The goblins had shown him Hogwarts before he ever saw it. In the deep forges, there existed a scale model of the castle rendered in silver and obsidian, every passage and chamber replicated in miniature, enchanted to shift in real time as the building rearranged itself. Harry had spent months memorizing that model, tracing his fingers along the secret passages, learning the castle's bones and breath. He knew that the trick step on the third-floor staircase preferred to trap Hufflepuffs. He knew that the portrait of the fat lady concealed a tunnel that once led to Goblin barracks during the construction era. He knew that the 7th-floor corridor opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls ballet held a door that only appeared to those who knew exactly what they needed. He needed sanctuary. The door materialized as he approached, not the smooth, polished wood that Hogwarts students knew, but a heavy iron portal banded with silver, etched with the angular script of gobbledygook. The runes recognized his crown and flared briefly gold before the door swung inward, revealing a chamber that was part bedroom, part forge, and part throne room. The ceiling arched high, vaulted with obsidian ribs that gleamed with embedded silver. A bed stood against one wall, not a four-poster like the dormitories, but a low goblin bed with a stone frame and furs piled deep. Against the opposite wall, a forge had awakened, its coals glowing cherry red, an anvil waiting beside it. And in the center of the room, on a raised dais, sat a throne, not large or ornate, but unmistakably a seat of authority, carved from black iron and inlaid with the same fire gem that burned in Harry's crown. Griphook circled the room once, touching the walls, checking the wards. The other 3 goblins, younger, their armor less decorated, took up positions at the door, the windows, and the flue that served as a chimney for the forge. The wards hold, Griphook reported. The room recognizes your authority and has granted you full dominion over this space. No wizard, not even Dumbledore, can enter without your consent. Harry removed his crown and set it on the anvil. The fire gem continued to glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. Without the circlet, he looked younger, still composed, still watchful, but smaller somehow. A boy wearing a king's weight. He was not what I expected, Harry said, speaking in gobbledygook now, the harsh syllables of the goblin tongue settling into the air like stones dropped into water. Dumbledore. From your descriptions, I expected a tyrant. A manipulator who saw me only as a weapon. He is that, I think, but he is also, he struggled for the word. Regretful. Tyrants often are, Griphook said. Regret does not excuse what they do. It only makes them more dangerous, because they believe their remorse balances their crimes. Perhaps. Harry moved to the forge, resting his hand on the anvil. The iron was warm, responding to his touch, and he felt the familiar resonance of metal recognizing its maker. The goblins had taught him that iron was not dead substance but sleeping life, and that a true smith woke it with hammer and will. He knew about my cupboard. You saw his face when I spoke of it. He truly did not know. Willful ignorance, Griphook repeated Harry's earlier words. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard in Britain, could have checked on the welfare of the boy who lived with a miracle. He chose not to. The choice is the sin, not the ignorance. Harry was quiet for a moment, his fingers tracing the patterns in the anvil's surface. I wanted to hate him. It would be simpler if I could hate him. Simplicity is for swords, your grace. Kings must deal in complexity. A tapping sound interrupted them, not the great bronze knock of the front door, but the lighter tap of an owl's beak on glass. One of the guards, the youngest named Cragg, crossed to the window and unlatched it. A school barn owl swooped in, dropped a folded parchment on the bed, and departed without waiting for a response. Harry picked up the note. It was not signed, but the handwriting was precise and slightly frantic, the letters pressed deep into the parchment as though the author had been leaning hard on the quill. I looked up Nidarian psychic resonance. Uric was right about the jellyfish. Could we meet tomorrow at breakfast? I have 73 more questions. H.G. Despite everything, the tension of the evening, the weight of the crown, the long chess game with Dumbledore that had only just begun, Harry smiled. 73, he said, switching back to English. She counted. Griphook eyed the note with suspicion. The Granger girl. She is persistent. She is curious. There is a difference. Harry folded the parchment carefully, tucking it into his robes. Curiosity is the root of all forging. You cannot make something new unless you first wonder what might be possible. She is a wizard. So am I, technically. Griphook made a sound deep in his throat, something between a growl and a laugh. Technically. You are whatever your crown makes you, your grace. Today you are a king. Tomorrow you may be a student. The difficulty lies in being both at once. Harry did not answer. He was looking at the crown, still glowing on the anvil, its fire gem pulsing steadily. In the forge light, the intricate patterns on the iron seemed to shift, resolving and dissolving like clouds forming shapes against a dark sky. There is something I have not told you, Harry said. About the crown. Griphook went still. Your grace. When I put it on, I hear whispers. Not words, not yet. But a presence. Something woven into the metal when it was first forged. He traced the circlet without touching it. The crown was made for me, but it was not made new. The iron comes from something older. Something that remembers. Griphook's expression, already guarded, became unreadable. The crown was forged by the royal armorer under the direction of the Council of Elders. Its provenance is secure. I am not questioning its provenance. I am questioning what the elders chose not to tell me. Harry looked up, his green eyes catching the forge light until they seemed to glow. There is a symbol on the inner band. I noticed it tonight, when the crown warmed during my exchange with Dumbledore. A symbol I have never seen in any goblin text. He picked up the crown and angled it toward the light. The fire gem flared, and the inner surface of the iron circlet became visible, and there, etched so finely that it might have been a trick of shadow, was a sigil. It depicted an eye, not human or goblin, surrounded by a gear of iron teeth. The pupil was an empty socket, and radiating from it were 6 lines that might have been cracks or might have been arms. Griphook stared at the sigil. His face, already gray, went the color of old ash. That is not possible. What is it? A mark from the old wars. Before the treaty, before the ministry, when goblins fought goblins over the question of wizard relations. Griphook's voice had dropped to a whisper. It is the sign of the Iron Eye. A faction that believed all wizards should be exterminated, and any goblin who dealt with them was a traitor. They were destroyed 300 years ago. Every trace of them was purged from our histories. Only the Forge Masters remember, and we remember only so we can recognize the warning signs if they ever return. They have returned, Harry said. Or someone wants me to think they have. The crown. The crown was forged from their blood iron. Someone in the council ensured it. Griphook's hands were shaking. Your Grace, this means the conspiracy goes deeper than we feared. The Iron Eye has infiltrated the highest levels of our government. Harry set the crown down carefully, deliberately, as though it might shatter. Then they know everything. My training, my mission, my arrival at Hogwarts. They have been watching from the beginning. They may have shaped events from the beginning, Griphook said. The retrieval team that found you in that cupboard, who authorized it? Who chose the timing? I was told it was a routine surface patrol that detected your magical signature. He bared his teeth, a gesture of pure goblin fury. There are no routine surface patrols. There have not been for 200 years. The weight of the revelation settled over the chamber like a shroud. Harry stood motionless, his hand still hovering above the crown, the fire gem casting his shadow huge and distorted against the obsidian walls. Someone had placed him on the throne. Someone had trained him, shaped him, prepared him to be the Goblin King. And now that someone, that faction hidden in the shadows of the deep forges, was moving pieces on a board Harry had only just begun to see. I was a weapon, he said quietly. They forged me the way I forge a blade. Heat and hammer and quenching. They shaped me for a purpose I do not fully understand. You are not only a weapon, Griphook said fiercely. You are my king. Forged or not, you wear the crown. The crown does not ask how you came to it, it only asks what you do with it now that it is yours. Harry lifted his head. The uncertainty that had flickered in his expression was gone, replaced by something harder and colder, the bearing of a king who had discovered enemies within his own walls. The Iron Eye believes I am their instrument, he said. They will learn otherwise. He turned to Crag, the youngest guard. Send word to the Underrealm. Code Blackstone. I need loyal forces positioned near the surface entrances, and I need intelligence on every council member who voted to authorize my retrieval. Quietly. No one outside our inner circle is to know we suspect anything. Crag saluted, fist to chest, and vanished through the door. Harry looked at the crown again. The Iron Eye sigil seemed to stare back at him, a hollow socket full of ancient malice. The threat is not only in Hogwarts, he murmured. It is everywhere. And the wizards have no idea what is coming. He reached for the crown. Before he could touch it, the fire gem flared brilliant white, and a voice spoke, not aloud, but inside his skull, a sibilant whisper that crawled across his thoughts like a cold finger tracing the inside of his bones. The Iron Eye sees through stone. Your crown is forged from their blood. And their blood remembers what your Forge Master tried to burn away. Harry froze. The voice was not goblin. It was human, or had been once, a high, cold voice that spoke with the particular precision of someone who had forgotten how to breathe. Did you hear that? He demanded. Griphook shook his head, his hand already on his blade. Hear what, Your Grace? A voice. In the crown. Harry's heart was pounding, but his voice remained steady. Someone spoke to me through the gem. He picked up the crown, ignoring Griphook's warning hiss, and placed it on his head. The fire gem went dark, then kindled again with a deeper light, and the voice returned. Clever boy. Clever, clever boy. You found the sigil. You found the thread. But you do not yet know what it is woven into. Show yourself, Harry said, speaking aloud and in his mind simultaneously. I cannot. I am not there. I am less than a ghost, more than a memory. A splinter driven into the crown's forging, sealed away by the Iron Eye so that they might consult me when needed. A pause, like the drawing of breath that never came. They forgot that even a splinter can fester. Who are you? You know who I am, Harry Potter. You felt me the moment you entered this castle. I am the reason you bear that scar. I am the Dark Lord your parents died to defy. And I am trapped in your crown like a fly in amber, screaming into silence for 6 long years while the goblins who claimed to be my allies used my knowledge and discarded my essence. Voldemort. The wraith in the crown was Voldemort. Or a fragment of him, a piece of the soul that had been torn loose when the killing curse rebounded on that October night. The Iron Eye had recovered it, bound it, and hidden it in the very symbol of Harry's authority. Harry's hands gripped the armrests of his throne. His knuckles went white, but his voice did not waver. You have been in my crown since the day I was crowned. Since before you were crowned. The iron that holds me was poured around your brow on your 5th birthday. I have watched every lesson, every forging, every meal. I have listened to your forgemaster's wisdom and your tutor's lies. I know you, Hadrian who was Harry. I know you better than any living soul. Then you know I am not afraid of you. You should be. Not because I will hurt you, I cannot, bound as I am. But because of what I represent. The Iron Eye did not make me their ally. They made me their tool, as they made you. And tools are discarded when their purpose is served. Another pause, longer this time. I did not speak tonight to threaten you, child. I spoke to warn you. The Iron Eye has an agent in this castle. Someone who carries their sigil in flesh rather than iron. Find them quickly, or your crown will be your coffin. The voice faded. The fire gem dimmed to its usual glow. Harry sat motionless on the iron throne, his face a mask, his mind racing through the implications. Voldemort, a fragment of Voldemort, had been riding on his head for 6 years. The Iron Eye, the faction that wanted war between goblins and wizards, had preserved a piece of the Dark Lord as a resource, then hidden it in the crown of the king they claimed to serve. And now that fragment was warning him about a conspiracy that might already be moving to destroy everything Harry had been trained to protect. Your Grace, Griphook said, his voice rough with concern. What did the voice say? Harry told him. By the time he finished, Griphook had gone from ashen to grey to a chalk white that made his dark eyes seem like holes punched in paper. The Iron Eye has allied with the Dark Lord's remnants, Griphook said. This is worse than I imagined. This is not merely a political conspiracy. This is an attempt to reignite the Goblin-Wizard wars with supernatural backing. Yes. Harry stood, the crown still burning on his brow. And the agent in the castle, Quirrell. He carries Voldemort's primary wraith. The Iron Eye's agent. It must be him. Or someone else they have placed as a backup. A fail-safe in case Quirrell fails. Harry nodded slowly. We need to move faster than I planned. Tomorrow I will request access to the 3rd-floor corridor. We will deal with the stone and the wraith before the Iron Eye can make their move. And we will do it quietly, without alerting the castle. And Dumbledore? Dumbledore can wait. He is an obstacle, not an enemy, at least for now. Harry moved to the window, looking out over the moonlit grounds. The forbidden forest stretched dark and wild to the west, and somewhere in the castle below, a defense against the dark arts professor slept with a nightmare coiled around his soul. The enemy I know is a wraith in a crown and a faction in the deep. The enemy I do not know is whoever placed that sigil on the iron that holds my throne. I will find them all. He turned from the window. His face was set, calm and cold as the iron he had learned to forge. We have work to do. Chapter 2, The Forging of Unlikely Steel. Breakfast in the Great Hall was a subdued affair the morning after Harry Potter arrived wearing a crown. The enchanted ceiling reflected a sky of pale grey, thin cloud cover diffusing the early September sunlight into something watery and uncertain. Students spoke in clusters, their voices pitched low, their eyes darting frequently to the iron table that now sat permanently between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. The table was empty. The goblin guards had departed at dawn, replaced by a single banner of deep green that hung from the table's edge, stitched with the crossed hammer and wand in silver thread. Hermione Granger arrived early, as was her habit, but this morning she carried not one book but 4, stacked precariously in her arms. She claimed a seat at the Ravenclaw table with a clear line of sight to the iron table, arranged her books in a precise semicircle, and began taking notes on a roll of parchment that already bore the telltale signs of late-night scholarship, crossed-out passages, marginalia in 3 colors of ink, and a small burn mark where a candle had tipped. She had been there for 20 minutes when Ron Weasley slumped onto the bench across from her, his red hair still dented from his pillow, his Gryffindor tie knotted incorrectly. "You're at the wrong table," Hermione said without looking up. "It's breakfast. Tables don't matter at breakfast." Ron reached for the toast. "Besides, my brothers are being idiots. Fred and George are taking bets on whether Potter's crown is real gold or just charmed tin, and Percy keeps saying the word diplomatic incident like it's going to stop them." Hermione's quill paused. "The crown is goblin-forged iron with an embedded fire gem that maintains a constant temperature of approximately 1000 degrees without transferring heat to the wearer's skin. It is not gold, and it is definitely not tin." Ron stared at her, toast suspended halfway to his mouth. "How do you know that?" "I asked him. Last night, after the feast." "You talked to him? You walked up to the Goblin King and asked him about his jewelry?" "I asked him 73 questions, actually. He answered 41 before the feast ended. The rest are on my list for today." Hermione tapped her parchment, where a numbered inventory of questions ran from 14. Goblin burial customs, cf. Wizard funeral rites, to 73. Why jellyfish? He's remarkably well informed. He was raised in the Underrealm from age 5. Can you imagine the educational opportunities? The goblins have preserved metallurgical knowledge that wizard scholars have been trying to recover for 400 years. He was raised by goblins, Ron said, his voice carrying a weight of inherited suspicion. Goblins don't raise wizard children. They don't even like wizards. Mum says, your mother has probably never met a goblin socially. Most wizards haven't. That's rather the point of the diplomatic mission." Hermione finally looked up. "He's here to establish relations. Proper relations, with treaties and everything." He quoted the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill from memory. "Do you know what that is?" Ron shrugged, uncomfortable. "Some old thing from History of Magic. It's the foundational document governing goblin-wizard interactions since 1457. Most wizards think it's void. It's not. And if it's enforced, it means the goblins have legal claim to at least 17 artifacts currently held in British wizarding museums, including Gryffindor's sword." "Gryffindor's sword belongs to Gryffindor House," Ron said, his voice sharpening. "It belongs to the goblin who forged it. Ragnarok the First commissioned its creation for Godric Gryffindor, but under goblin law, the maker retains ownership. Gryffindor only purchased the use of it during his lifetime. When he died, it should have returned to the goblins." Hermione's voice had taken on the particular intensity she reserved for academic debates. "The wizards kept it. For 1,000 years. That's theft, Ron. Magical theft on a massive scale." Ron's ears had gone red. "You're taking his side." "I'm not taking sides. I'm stating facts." Hermione closed her book with a thump. "Facts are not sides. They're just true." Before Ron could retort, the side door of the great hall opened and Harry entered. He was alone this morning, no goblin escort, though his robes were the same deep green as before and his crown sat steady on his brow. He walked not with the measured, ceremonial steps of the previous night but with the natural stride of someone crossing a familiar room. A few students fell silent as he passed. Others whispered. A Slytherin fourth year made a comment about playing dress-up, just loud enough to carry, and Harry paused, turned, and looked at the boy with a calm so complete that the Slytherin looked away first. Harry continued to the iron table. A plate of breakfast appeared before him as he sat, the house elf still uncertain about his status but erring on the side of hospitality. He ate methodically, his attention apparently on his food. But Hermione noticed the way his eyes tracked the room, cataloguing who watched him, who avoided looking at him, who whispered to their neighbors. He was, she realized, conducting a threat assessment while appearing to eat breakfast. She gathered her books and approached. "Good morning, Your Grace," she said, the title coming out slightly awkward. "Harry is fine," he said. "Among people who bring good questions. Sit." Hermione sat, spreading her parchment across the iron surface. "I have the remaining 32 questions from last night, plus 14 new ones that occurred to me while I was researching Nidarian psychic resonance. Did you know that Uric the Oddball's experiments were continued by a French naturalist in the 17th century? He documented actual telepathic communication between jellyfish colonies." "Matthew Bonnecord," Harry said. "His work was suppressed by the French ministry after he attempted to apply jellyfish communication principles to the International Confederation of Wizards. He believed that the Confederation should operate as a distributed intelligence rather than a hierarchy. The assembled dignitaries were not receptive." Hermione stared at him. "You know about Bonnecord?" "He's practically unknown outside of specialist historical journals. The Goblin archives contain copies of every text the wizarding world has ever tried to suppress. Bonnecord's treatise on distributed governance is a foundational document in the Goblin political tradition. We believe in consensus, not hierarchy." Harry took a bite of toast. "The crown I wear is a symbol of service, not dominance. Goblins do not follow kings who do not earn their fealty." This was so different from what Hermione had expected that she found herself momentarily without words. She had prepared for a monarch. She had not prepared for a political philosopher. Question 15, she managed, consulting her list. "What is the exact process by which goblin-forged metal retains magical properties that wizard-forged metal cannot replicate?" "Runes are sung during the quenching, not inscribed afterward. The song binds the magic into the metal's crystalline structure rather than layering it on the surface. Wizard smiths apply magic to metal. Goblin smiths grow magic through metal. The difference is between painting a house and planting a garden." Hermione's quill flew across her parchment. "And question 16, Granger, right?" Ron had appeared beside the table, his plate of toast abandoned, his expression caught between curiosity and hostility. "You're really going to sit here and interview him like he's a textbook?" "Textbooks are written by people," Hermione said without looking up. "Interviewing people is how textbooks get written." "I'm not people," Ron said, his gaze fixed on Harry. "I mean, he's not. He's—" He trailed off, gesturing vaguely at the crown, the robes, the iron table. "I am Hadrian," Harry said. "First of that name, King of the Underrealm. But you knew that. You are Ronald Weasley. Sixth of 7 children. Your father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. Your mother is a Pruitt by birth. Your family is known for poverty, blood traitor status, and a persistent tendency toward Gryffindor." He paused. "And you are standing at my table without introducing yourself." The red in Ron's ears deepened. "I'm not a blood traitor. The term is a compliment where I come from. It means your family chose loyalty to people over loyalty to bloodline. The goblins respect that." Harry gestured to the bench. "Sit, if you wish. I was about to explain the principles of goblin silver alloy resonance to Miss Granger, but I suspect you have questions of your own." Ron sat. It was not a graceful sitting, more of a controlled collapse, as though his knees had decided the matter independently of his brain. "Why are you here?" he demanded. "Really here? Not the treaty stuff. Why Hogwarts?" Harry set down his fork. "2 reasons. The first is political. Hogwarts is the symbolic heart of wizarding Britain. If I establish my legitimacy here, the ministry must follow. The second is personal. He looked at Ron directly, and something in his green eyes flickered, not warmth, but the acknowledgement of shared ground. I was born a wizard. My parents died to protect me from a dark lord. Their sacrifice matters, even if their world abandoned me afterward. I am here to honor them by learning what they would have taught me, and to ensure that no other child is left in a cupboard while the people who claim to care look the other way. Ron's face had gone through several complex expressions during this speech. At the word, cupboard, something cracked behind his freckles. You were really in a cupboard? Under the stairs. Number 4, Privet Drive. My aunt and uncle's home. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact, but the facts were brutal. I slept there for 3 years. The goblins found me by tracking my magical signature during a surface patrol. I was 4 years old when the patrol was authorized. I was 5 when they actually reached me. Why so long? The patrol had to be approved by the Council of Elders. The council moves slowly, by design. Swift action is for emergencies. A wizard child in a muggle home did not qualify as an emergency. Harry's tone was neutral, but something in the set of his jaw suggested this was a point he had argued many times. My forge master has said that the delay was a failure of imagination. The council could not imagine that wizards would treat their own children with such cruelty, so they did not prioritize my retrieval. Ron was silent for a long moment. Hermione watched him process, his inherited prejudices warring with the undeniable reality of a boy who had been locked in a cupboard. Wizards aren't all like that, Ron said finally. My mum would never. She'd taken any kid who needed help. She's always saying we don't have much but we have enough to share. Your mother sounds like a good person, Harry said. The wizarding world has good people. It also has people who left a 15-month-old on a doorstep on a November night. Both things are true. The challenge is building a system that rewards the first and prevents the second. This was not what Ron had expected. He had expected, Hermione realized, someone easier to hate, a goblin-raised freak making grandiose claims, someone his prejudices could comfortably dismiss. Instead, he was sitting across from a boy his own age who spoke like a diplomat and thought like a strategist and had been locked in a cupboard for 3 years. Question 22, Hermione said, breaking the silence because she didn't know how else to handle the tension. How do goblin forging songs differ from wizard incantations? Harry turned to her, and something in his posture relaxed fractionally. The fundamental difference is in the relationship between sound and magic. Wizard incantations use words as vessels, the sound carries a meaning, and the meaning carries the spell. Goblin songs use sound as substance, the vibration itself shapes the metal, and the meaning is embedded in the shaping rather than directing it. It's the difference between telling a river to flow north and carving a channel that makes north the only direction the river can take. Hermione wrote so fast her quill tore the parchment. The first week of term settled into an uneasy rhythm. Harry attended classes alongside the other first years, his crown and green robes making him a permanent anomaly among the sea of black. The professors handled his presence with varying degrees of success. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms master, was genuinely delighted by Harry's knowledge of goblin charm theory and engaged him in several long technical discussions that left the rest of the class bewildered. Professor McGonagall treated him with stiff correctness, her lips pressed thin whenever he addressed her, though she awarded Gryffindor 5 points when he successfully transfigured a matchstick into a needle on his first attempt. A full 10 minutes before Hermione Granger managed the same feat. Professor Snape was a different matter entirely. Potions class was held in a dungeon cold enough to make the torches gutter. Harry descended the stone steps with the rest of the first-year Gryffindors. He had been assigned to attend classes with them for scheduling purposes, though he sat apart, and took his place at a workbench near the front. The room smelled of old brewing and something sharper underneath, like the iron tang of blood. Snape swept in with the theatrical timing that seemed to be his trademark, his black robes billowing behind him, and began roll call. He paused at Harry's name. Hadrian, he said, his voice silky with something that might have been contempt. Or do you prefer Potter? The school records seem uncertain. I answer to either, Harry said evenly. Generous of you. Snape set down the roll of parchment. I see that the Sorting Hat invented a new category for your convenience. Crown unyielding. One wonders what the point of a schoolhouse system is if certain students are permitted to opt out of it entirely. The hat sorted me where I belong. I did not request special treatment. No. You simply arrived wearing a crown and demanding treaties. Snape moved closer, his dark eyes boring into Harry's. Let me make something clear, Potter. In this classroom, you are not a king. You are not a diplomat. You are a student who will brew potions according to my instructions and earn marks according to my standards. Your crown impresses me not at all. Harry met his gaze without flinching. Understood, Professor. Though I should note, for the sake of accuracy, that the crown is not intended to impress. It is intended to remind. Remind whom of what? Anyone who needs reminding. That goblins exist. That treaties bind. That power comes in forms wizards have forgotten how to recognize. Harry's voice was calm, almost pleasant. But as you say, in this classroom I am a student. I will brew as instructed. Snape held his gaze for a long moment. Something flickered in the dark eyes, not respect, exactly, but the acknowledgement of an opponent who would not be easily intimidated. Then he turned away and began the lesson. The potion of the day was a simple boil cure, but Hermione noticed that Snape's instructions to Harry were consistently more technical than those given to other students. He asked Harry about the crystalline structure of powdered bicorn horn. He demanded to know the precise temperature at which porcupine quills should be added to prevent curdling. He questioned Harry about goblin alternatives to standard wizard ingredients with an edge that suggested he was hunting for gaps in Harry's knowledge. Harry answered every question without hesitation. When Snape demanded an explanation of why goblin-forged cauldrons conducted heat more evenly than pewter, Harry launched into a detailed discussion of runestone metallurgy that lasted 5 minutes and left half the class taking notes. By the end of the lesson, Snape's expression had shifted from hostility to something more complicated, the look of a man who had expected to find a fraud and instead found a peer. Acceptable, Snape said, examining Harry's completed boil cure with obvious reluctance. Your technique is unorthodox but effective. 5 points to Gryffindor. I am not a Gryffindor. Then 5 points to wherever you sit. Do not correct me again. As the class filed out, Hermione fell into step beside Harry. He was testing you, she said quietly. Professor Snape. He wasn't just being cruel. He wanted to see if you actually knew what you claimed to know. Yes, Harry said. He is a spy by training. Spies verify information through confrontation. It is a goblin technique as well, the debate of blades, we call it. You learn more about an opponent in 3 minutes of combat than in 3 hours of conversation. Is that what you were doing? Combating him? I was demonstrating that I am not a pretender. Snape respects competence, even in those he dislikes. He respected my mother's competence, I think, though he hated my father. Harry's expression flickered. You should know, Miss Granger, that I researched every professor before I arrived. I know why Snape looks at me the way he does. I know about the debt he owed my father and the friendship he shared with my mother. I know that he was a Death Eater and that Dumbledore vouched for his reform. I carry no grudge against him for his history. People change. Goblins believe that the most dangerous thing in the world is someone who refuses to acknowledge their own capacity for transformation. Hermione absorbed this. You research everyone before you meet them? How else would I know who I am meeting? That's. She struggled for the word. Strategic. Very strategic. The goblins trained me to be a king. Kings do not walk into rooms unprepared. He paused at a junction in the corridor. I am going to the library. You are welcome to accompany me, but I warn you that I will be reading goblin legal texts, and they are spectacularly boring to anyone who is not trying to establish a constitutional monarchy. Hermione accompanied him. The goblin legal texts were not, it turned out, boring at all. They were dense and complex and full of concepts that challenged everything she thought she knew about magical law. By the time they emerged 3 hours later, her parchment was covered in notes and her hand was cramped, and she was more certain than ever that she had found something worth studying. The Goblin Culture Club held its first meeting on Thursday evening in a disused classroom on the 3rd floor. Harry had secured permission from Professor McGonagall with a formal request letter that cited 3 different treaty provisions and an obscure Hogwarts bylaw from 1623. The classroom had been cleared of desks and replaced with a circle of cushions on the floor, goblin style, plus 3 iron anvils that Harry had brought up from the Chamber of Requisitions. 17 students attended. Hermione was there, of course, her notebook already open. Ron had come, looking uncomfortable but determined, dragged along by Hermione's insistence and his own grudging curiosity. Neville Longbottom was there, clutching a potted plant that he claimed was a goblin herb but was actually just a slightly overgrown dandelion. A scattering of Ravenclaws had arrived seeking academic novelty, plus 1 Hufflepuff who was writing a thesis on magical creature relations and 3 Slytherins who had come, Hermione suspected, to report back to Draco Malfoy. Harry sat at the center of the circle, his crown glowing softly in the torchlight. He had removed his formal robes and wore a simple tunic of dark green, the sleeves rolled to his elbows, revealing forearms crisscrossed with thin white scars, forge burns, Hermione realized. The marks of a smith. "Welcome," Harry said when the last student had settled. "This club exists because goblin culture is not taught at Hogwarts. What wizards learn about goblins is filtered through stereotypes, historical grudges, and the incomplete accounts of wizard historians who never bothered to ask goblins for their perspective. I am here to provide that perspective, not as an academic exercise, but as the sovereign of a nation that has existed alongside wizard kind for 10,000 years without ever being truly seen." He paused, letting the words settle. "We will begin with a practical demonstration. Goblin magic is often described by wizards as lesser because it does not use wands. This is a misunderstanding. Goblin magic is not lesser. It is different." He raised his hand, and one of the anvils floated into the air, surrounded by a faint amber glow. Wizards channel magic through wands as a focusing tool. Goblins channel magic through craft. The act of making is the act of casting. When a goblin smith forges a blade, they are not simply shaping metal, they are singing magic into the metal's bones. The blade becomes a spell made solid. He lowered the anvil. "I will now demonstrate a basic forging song. This is not a spell in the wizard sense. It is a process. Watch the metal, not my hands." He picked up a plain iron rod from beside the anvil and began to work. There was no fire, no hammer, not at first. Harry simply held the rod and began to hum. The sound was low and resonant, a note that seemed to vibrate in the students' chests rather than their ears. As he hummed, he ran his fingers along the iron, and where his fingers passed, the metal began to shift. It rippled like water. It folded in on itself. Without any visible heat, the rod softened and stretched and reformed, taking the shape of a key. The students leaned forward. Even the Slytherins had forgotten to look skeptical. "Goblin silver," Harry said, his voice weaving around the hum, "is not silver at all. It is iron that has been sung into a higher state of being. The forging song realigns the metal's crystalline structure at a profound level, creating bonds that are stronger than any wizard-forged steel and properties that wizard metallurgists have been trying to replicate for centuries without success." He finished the key and held it up. It gleamed with a faint inner light. "That is wicked," Ron breathed, and then looked embarrassed that he'd spoken aloud. "It is craft," Harry corrected, but his tone was gentler than Hermione had heard it before. "Craft is available to anyone willing to learn. Goblins do not hoard their techniques out of greed, They hoard them because wizards have historically used goblin knowledge to create weapons that were then turned against goblins. Trust must be rebuilt before knowledge can be shared. Then why are you sharing it with us now? The speaker was a Slytherin girl, dark-haired and sharp-faced. Daphne Greengrass, Hermione recalled. If goblins don't share, aren't you worried we'll use this knowledge against you? I am showing you enough to understand, Harry said. Not enough to replicate. The full forging songs take decades to master. But understanding is the beginning of trust. And trust is the beginning of peace. He set the key on the anvil. Does anyone wish to try holding the metal? I will guide a simple shaping. Nothing complex. Just feeling what goblin forging feels like. Neville's hand went up immediately. I'd like to try, he said, his voice quavering but determined. If that's all right. It is more than all right. Harry gestured him forward. Your herbology affinity suggests you have strong hands and patient focus. Both translate well to forging. Neville approached the anvil, and Harry placed a fresh iron rod in his hands. Close your eyes, Harry instructed. Feel the weight. Iron is not dead. It dreams. It remembers the star that birthed it. You are not commanding the metal. You are asking it to remember a different shape. Neville's eyes screwed shut in concentration. Harry began to hum again, and after a moment, something extraordinary happened. The iron in Neville's hands began to warm, not enough to burn, but enough that the boy gasped. I can feel it, he whispered. It's moving. Good. Now ask it to bend. Not with your hands. With your intent. The rod bent. It was a small bend, barely a curve, but it had not been done with physical force. Neville opened his eyes, saw what he had done, and his face split into a grin of pure, astonished joy. I did magic, he said. Real magic. Without a wand. Goblin magic, Harry said. Which is no less real than wizard magic. You have a gift, Longbottom. The plants have been teaching you patience all these years. Forging requires the same patience. As the other students crowded forward, eager to try, Hermione noticed that the atmosphere in the room had shifted. The wariness had faded, replaced by genuine fascination. Harry moved among them, adjusting grips and demonstrating techniques, and for the first time since his arrival at Hogwarts, he looked like an 11-year-old boy rather than a king. The meeting was interrupted by a crash from the corridor. The door slammed open and Pansy Parkinson, a Slytherin first year with a face like a startled pug, stood framed in the doorway. Someone's been attacked, she gasped. Madam Hooch. She's in the hospital wing. They say she touched something and it burned her badly. They're saying it was goblin magic. Harry's expression shut down instantly. The boy disappeared behind the king. He was already moving toward the door, the Goblin Culture Club forgotten, his hand reaching for the small blade at his belt. Where is she? He demanded. Hospital wing. But they won't let you in. The professors are already there, and Professor Snape said. Harry did not wait to hear what Snape had said. He was out the door and moving down the corridor at a speed that belied his small stature, his green tunic flowing behind him. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve and pulled him along in Harry's wake. The hospital wing was chaos. Madame Pomfrey, the matron, was bent over a bed where Rolanda Hooch lay motionless, her right hand and forearm wrapped in bandages that glowed with diagnostic charms. Dumbledore stood at the foot of the bed, his expression grave. Snape lurked in the corner, a vial of silver fluid in his hands. McGonagall was speaking in low, urgent tones to a prefect who had been sent to control the growing crowd of students in the corridor. Harry pushed through the crowd without slowing. The students parted for him, some out of respect, some out of fear, some simply because the expression on his face promised consequences for anyone who delayed him. What happened? He demanded, entering the hospital wing without bothering to request permission. McGonagall turned, her lips thinning. Potter, this is not, what happened. The command in his voice stopped her cold. She looked at Dumbledore, who nodded slowly. A shipment was delivered this morning, Dumbledore said. Goblin silver, addressed to the school. Madam Hooch opened the crate for inspection. The metal was cursed. Cursed in a manner that triggered on contact with wizard skin. His eyes, usually twinkling, were hard as flint. The curse was goblin in origin. It was not goblin, Harry said flatly. He moved to the bed, examining Hooch's bandaged arm without touching. May I see the silver that caused the injury? Snape stepped forward, holding out the vial. I preserved a sample. The curse is dissipating, but the residue remains. Harry took the vial, held it to the light, and spoke a single word in gobbledygook. The silver fluid inside flared bright amber, then dimmed. His face went very cold. This is not goblin work, he said. It is wizard work designed to look like goblin work. The base curse is a standard flesh-searing hex, commonly used in wizard dueling. It has been modified with goblin runes, real runes, stolen or purchased, but the underlying structure is unmistakably human. A goblin curse would not leave residue. It would consume itself when triggered. We do not waste magic on lingering malice. Snape's eyes narrowed. You can identify the curse structure from residue alone. I can identify the culture of the caster, which is more relevant. Harry handed back the vial. Someone is trying to frame the goblins for an attack on a Hogwarts staff member. The question is why, and the answer is almost certainly political. This is meant to create tension between the school and my delegation. Possibly to force my withdrawal. Possibly to justify something worse. He turned to Dumbledore. I need to see the crate. I need to examine the silver that was delivered. And I need access to the school's ward records for the past 48 hours. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The ward records are restricted to the headmaster. Then it is fortunate that the headmaster is standing in front of me. Unless you wish to be the person who obstructed a goblin forensic investigation into an attack on a Hogwarts professor. The silence stretched. Madame Pomfrey paused in her ministrations. Even Snape looked momentarily taken aback by the steel in Harry's voice. Very well, Dumbledore said at last. I will grant you access to the ward records. But the investigation will be conducted jointly. Professor Snape will accompany you. Fine. Harry turned to leave, then paused. Madam Hooch will recover. The curse was designed to maim, not kill. The caster wanted a victim, not a corpse. Which tells me they are sending a message. He looked at Dumbledore over his shoulder. The message is that goblins are dangerous and cannot be trusted. Someone wants a war, headmaster. And they are using your school as the spark. The Hogwarts library at midnight was a different realm than the sunlit study hall of daytime hours. The torches burned low and blue, the stacks stretched into shadow, and the restricted section was guarded by a spectral chain that hummed with containment wards. Harry had circumvented those wards 3 nights earlier with a countersign that Griphook had provided, a piece of goblin magic that convinced the chain it was still locked while allowing passage. It was a trick the goblins had used during the castle's construction to move freely through areas the wizards thought secure. Tonight, Harry was not alone in the restricted stacks. Hermione Granger crouched beside him, her wand lit, her eyes wide with the thrill and terror of rule-breaking. Ron Weasley stood guard at the end of the aisle, his ears pink, his hand on his own wand with the grip of someone who expected to be caught at any moment. This is insane, Ron hissed. We're going to be expelled. We're not going to be expelled, Hermione whispered back. Harry has diplomatic immunity under the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill. We're technically his research assistants. I'm technically going to be killed by my mother when she finds out. Harry ignored them both. He was examining a shelf of books on curse-breaking, his fingers trailing along the spines with the delicate touch of someone accustomed to handling fragile things. The curse on the silver was designed to mimic goblin forging signatures. That requires knowledge of goblin forging techniques and access to goblin runes. The question is where the caster got both. Death Eaters, Ron said immediately. They're the only ones who'd want to start a war. Death Eaters are not known for their expertise in goblin metallurgy. And most of them are dead, imprisoned, or claiming imperius. Harry pulled a volume from the shelf and flipped through it. This requires specific, technical knowledge. Someone who understands both goblin craft and wizard curse-breaking. Snape, Hermione said. Harry paused. Snape has the knowledge, certainly. He was a Death Eater. He is a potions master, which requires precise understanding of magical interactions. And he has access to goblin silver through the school's ingredient stores. He resumed flipping pages. But Snape is also Dumbledore's spy. If he wanted to frame goblins, he would have done it more subtly. This attack was clumsy. The curse residue was the giveaway. Any competent goblinsmith would have recognized it as wizard work immediately. Which means either the caster wanted to be discovered. Or they didn't know any better, Hermione finished. Someone with access to goblin know-how but not enough experience to use it convincingly. Iron Eye, Harry said quietly. The faction I mentioned. They have access to goblin techniques, they are goblins, or were, but they may not have anticipated that I would be able to analyze the curse residue at the scene. They may have assumed I would see a goblin curse and react defensively rather than forensically. Hermione's mind was racing. But if Iron Eye did this, they'd need someone inside Hogwarts. Someone who could receive a shipment of goblin silver and curse it before Madame Hooch opened it. Or someone who intercepted a legitimate shipment and replaced the contents. Harry closed the book. The shipment was addressed to the school. Who accepts deliveries? Argus Filch, Ron said. The caretaker. He's a squib, he can't do magic. But he takes all the packages. Filch doesn't have the magical knowledge to curse silver, Hermione pointed out. But he might have been bribed. Or threatened. Or imperiused. Ron was warming to the theory. The Imperius curse is the Death Eater special. You don't need to be a wizard to be controlled by it. Harry nodded slowly. We need to examine the delivery records. And we need to talk to Filch. He reshelved the book. But first, I need to consult with my people. There are detection runes that can identify who has handled a cursed object. The Goblin Guard can apply them. He turned toward the exit, and the three of them slipped through the spectral chain and back into the main library. The torches guttered as they passed, their shadows stretching and shrinking on the stone walls, and Hermione felt the particular thrill of doing something forbidden in pursuit of something necessary. They were almost to the library door when a voice spoke from the darkness. Out late, Potter. Draco Malfoy stepped from between two shelves, his pale hair catching the torchlight, his pointed face arranged in an expression of smug satisfaction. Behind him stood Crabbe and Goyle, a wall of muscle and stupidity. I might say the same to you, Malfoy, Harry replied, his voice perfectly even. I have permission. Prefect business. Draco's eyes flicked to Hermione and Ron. But I doubt your little friends do. Granger, Weasley. Out of bed after hours. That's detention. Possibly worse. His gaze returned to Harry. Though I suppose you think your crown makes you immune to school rules. My crown makes me a diplomat. Diplomats have late hours. Harry didn't break stride. If you're going to report us, do it. Otherwise, step aside. I have work to do. Draco didn't step aside. I heard about Hooch. Cursed by goblin silver. Funny coincidence, isn't it? You arrive with your goblin guards and your goblin crown, and suddenly people start getting hurt by goblin magic. The curse was wizard magic dressed in goblin clothing. But I don't expect you to understand the difference. I understand that you're dangerous, Draco said, his voice dropping. My father says your kind have been trying to destroy wizard kind for centuries. He says this king business is just the latest scheme. You pretend to negotiate while your people prepare for war. Harry stopped walking. He turned to face Draco fully, and something in his expression made Crabbe and Goyle shift their weight uncertainly. Your father, Harry said, is Lucius Malfoy. Former Death Eater. Claimed he was under the Imperius curse. Paid a great deal of gold to make that claim stick. He stepped closer to Draco, who reflexively stepped back. Your family owes the Goblin nation a debt. Not gold, goblins have gold. A debt of stolen artifacts. The Malfoy vaults contain 17 goblin-forged objects that under the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill belong to my people. Your father has refused every request for their return. He bought those objects legally. He bought them from thieves. Under goblin law, the receiver of stolen goods is as guilty as the thief. Your father knows this. It is why he funds anti-goblin legislation in the Wizengamot. It is why he spreads rumors about goblin aggression. He is not defending wizard kind. He is protecting his collection. Draco's face had gone pale, then flushed. You can't prove any of that. I don't need to prove it. The Goblin nation keeps meticulous records. Every object we forge is tracked. Every theft is documented. Every stone in Malfoy Manor that contains goblin silver is catalogued in the deep archives. Your family's debt is a matter of public record in the Underrealm. Your father knows this. He also knows that the day goblin law is recognized in the wizarding courts, he will be forced to return everything he has stolen, plus reparations. Harry paused. That is why he fears my mission. That is what your prejudice is protecting. Not wizard kind. Your family's stolen treasure. Draco's hand went to his wand. Take that back. It is not an insult if it is true. Your forge master would tell you the same, if you had one. The corridor went very still. Ron's hand closed on his wand. Hermione stopped breathing. Then Harry did something unexpected. He smiled. It was not a cruel smile. It was almost sad. Your father trained you to hate goblins because it serves his interests, Harry said. He taught you that we are less than human so you would not question why your family's wealth includes objects that rightfully belong to others. But here is something your father never told you, Draco Malfoy, goblins do not forget debts, but we also do not blame children for the sins of their parents. He reached into his tunic and withdrew a small object, a nail, simple iron, unadorned. This is a goblin-forged nail. The most basic of our crafts. It took me 2 years to learn to make one properly. If you can craft a nail of true silver, not wizard silver, but goblin silver, sung and shaped the way I demonstrated tonight, then I will abdicate my crown and return all Malfoy artifacts myself. Draco stared at the nail. You're serious. Goblins do not make offers we do not intend to honor. Craft the nail, Malfoy. Prove that your prejudice is based on genuine superiority rather than inherited fear. Show me that a wizard can do what a goblin can do. He pressed the nail into Draco's palm. I will even provide instruction. Attend the Goblin Culture Club. Learn the forging songs. Make the attempt. If you succeed, I will acknowledge your skill and yield my claim. And if I fail? Then you will have learned something about the craft your father dismisses. Learning is never failure. Harry stepped back. Think on it. The offer stands for as long as I wear the crown. He turned and walked away, Hermione and Ron scrambling to follow. Behind them, Draco stood motionless in the torchlight, the iron nail glinting in his palm, his expression unreadable. That was brilliant, Ron said when they were safely around the corner. You completely shut him up. I gave him a choice, Harry said. Men like Lucius Malfoy do not give choices. They give orders. Draco has never been offered a path that leads away from his father's shadow. Whether he takes it is his decision. But the seed is planted. Hermione looked at him with something approaching awe. You're not just a king, she said. You're a teacher. The two are not so different. Kingship is teaching a nation to be better. I have had good teachers. His expression flickered. Speaking of which, I need to send word to my forge master. The Iron Eye attack changes things. We need counsel. Griphook arrived at Hogwarts 3 days later, walking through the front gates in full ceremonial armor with a retinue of 6 goblin warriors. The students parted for him the way they had parted for Harry, though with more fear and less curiosity. Goblins in the Hall of Gringotts were one thing, curt functionaries in suits, small and sneering. Goblins in battleplate with rune-etched blades at their hips were something else entirely. They moved through the corridors like a blade through silk, and even the ghosts drew back at their passing. Harry met Griphook in the entrance hall, and the two embraced in the goblin style, forehead to forehead, hands clasping forearms. It was the greeting of equals, of family, and Hermione watched from the staircase with the strange feeling of witnessing something private. Your Grace, Griphook said, his voice rough with emotion. You look well. Hogwarts agrees with you. Hogwarts is a nest of politics and ancient grudges. It agrees with me perfectly. Harry drew back. You received my message about the attack. I did. And I bring news from the Underrealm. Griphook's expression darkened. The Council of Elders has been difficult. There are members who claim your mission is a provocation. They say you should return to the Deep Forges and abandon this attempt at diplomacy. The Iron Eye faction within the Council. Some, certainly. Others are simply old and afraid of change. Griphook lowered his voice. But there is worse news. The artifact thefts we detected before your departure have accelerated. 3 more goblin-forged items have been stolen from surface holdings. And the thieves left a signature this time. The Iron Eye sigil. Burned into the vault doors. They are preparing something, Harry said. Stockpiling artifacts for a ritual, or weapons for an assault. That is my fear. The artifacts stolen are not random, they are all objects with powerful magical resonance. A crown, a cup, a locket. Objects that hold magic beyond their forging. Griphook's eyes met Harry's. Objects that could be used to anchor powerful dark magic. Soul magic, perhaps. The words hung in the air between them. Soul magic. The darkest of all magical arts. The thing that Voldemort had pursued, the thing that had torn his soul into fragments and left a wraith that even now haunted the castle. Horcruxes, Harry said quietly. They are gathering the components to create or sustain Horcruxes. It is possible. The Iron Eye has allied with the Wraith of the Dark Lord. The Wraith needs vessels. The Iron Eye needs weapons. It is a marriage of convenience built on mutual exploitation. Harry was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was the cold, measured tone of a king issuing orders. We need to accelerate our timeline. The Iron Eye is moving faster than we anticipated. We need to secure the Philosopher's Stone before Quirrell can steal it, and we need to identify the Iron Eye's agent in the castle before they can do more damage. I have brought detection runes, Griphook said. Applied to the cursed silver, they should reveal the magical signature of whoever handled it. It will take time to prepare, but it will give us a trail to follow. Begin immediately. Use the Chamber of Requisitions as your workspace. No one will disturb you there. Harry turned to Hermione, who was still hovering on the staircase. Miss Granger. I need you to research something for me. The artifacts stolen from Goblin Holdings, a crown, a cup, a locket. I need to know if any of them have historical connections to Hogwarts or its founders. Hermione straightened. I can do that. The library has extensive records on Founder-era artifacts. Good. And Weasley. Harry looked at Ron, who had appeared beside Hermione. You have brothers who are experts at moving through the castle unnoticed. I need to know if anyone has been snooping around the third-floor corridor. Discreetly. Without alerting the professors. Ron's ears went pink with something that might have been pride. I can ask Fred and George. They know all the secret passages. Don't tell them why. Just tell them it's for a prank. They'll be more willing if they think they're breaking rules. Harry turned back to Griphook. We meet tonight in the chamber. Bring the detection runes. We'll examine the cursed silver and see what it reveals. The group dispersed, each to their task, and Griphook watched them go with an expression that was equal parts pride and concern. The Granger girl is sharp, he said quietly to Harry. And the Weasley boy is loyal. You have chosen your companions well. They chose me, Harry said. Or they chose the questions I represent. Either way, they are assets. And in the days ahead, we will need every asset we can find. Griphook nodded slowly. And the Malfoy boy? I heard about your challenge. Draco Malfoy is a child raised in a house of thorns. He has never been given the chance to be anything other than what his father demands. I gave him a choice. Whether he takes it is beyond my control. And if he succeeds? If he actually crafts a goblin-forged nail? Harry smiled, just slightly. Then he will have proven that wizard prejudice is learned, not inherent. And I will have gained an ally from the most unlikely of sources. He began walking toward the staircase. But he will not succeed. The forging song cannot be learned in weeks. It takes years to master the simplest techniques. The challenge was never about the nail. It was about giving Draco permission to fail without losing face. If he tries and fails, he can blame goblin craft for being impossibly difficult rather than blaming himself for being inadequate to learn it. It is a release valve for his pride. You are thinking like a goblin, Griphook said approvingly. I am a goblin, Harry said. In every way that matters. That night, in the Chamber of Requisitions, Griphook prepared the detection ritual while Harry, Hermione, and Ron watched. The cursed silver fragment lay on a stone slab at the center of the room, surrounded by a circle of salt and powdered iron. Griphook chanted in gobbledygook, his fingers tracing patterns in the air that left trails of amber light. The runes he drew hovered for a moment before sinking into the silver, which began to glow with a sickly green luminescence. The curse is unraveling, Griphook said, his voice strained with concentration. It was designed to degrade, but the signature lingers. I can see 3 distinct magical traces. The caster, the courier, and the victim. Can you identify them? Not by name. By nature. Griphook's eyes were closed, his fingers still moving. The caster is a wizard, not a goblin. Middle-aged. Trained in the dark arts. There is fear in the signature, the caster was afraid of being discovered, afraid of failure. This was not a willing act. This was done under compulsion. The Imperious Curse, Ron breathed. Possibly. Or blackmail. Or threat against loved ones. The signature carries emotional residue as well as magical. Griphook's brow furrowed. The courier is, not human. A magical creature. Small, bound by servitude. I sense chains. Old chains. Generations of chains. A house elf, Hermione said, her voice tight. They're using a house elf to deliver the cursed objects. That would explain the access, Harry said. House elves can move through the castle without triggering wards. They are invisible to most monitoring spells. And a bound elf cannot refuse orders from their master. But who is the elf bound to? What family? Griphook was silent for a long moment, his face contorting with effort. Then his eyes snapped open. The elf is not bound to a family. It is bound to the school. A Hogwarts house elf. The implications hit them all at once. Someone had compelled a Hogwarts elf to deliver cursed silver to Madame Hooch. Someone with access to the school, the authority to command the elves, and the magical knowledge to cast an imperious or similar compulsion spell on a creature that was already magically bound. Quirrell, Harry said. It has to be. He has access. He has motive, he needs chaos to cover his attempt on the stone. And he has the Dark Lord's wraith feeding him knowledge and power. But why would Quirrell want to frame goblins? Ron asked. What does Voldemort gain from a goblin-wizard war? Harry's face was grim. Distraction. While the wizarding world is fighting goblins, no one is watching for the return of the Dark Lord. It is the oldest strategy in warfare: divide your enemies and conquer them separately. He turned to Griphook. We need to move on the stone. Tonight, if possible. Before Quirrell realizes we have identified him. The stone is protected, Hermione said. Dumbledore set up defenses. Fluffy, the three-headed dog. And other things. Professor Snape mentioned them in a staff meeting. Fluffy is manageable. Goblins have dealt with guardian beasts before. The other defenses will require finesse, but they were designed to slow down a thief, not stop a coordinated team. Harry was already moving toward the door. We go in 1 hour. Griphook, prepare the pacification draft for the beast. Hermione, fetch your research on magical traps. Ron, wake your brothers and get the Marauders map if they have it. We'll need to track Quirrell's movements. What about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Shouldn't we tell him? Dumbledore is in London tonight. He was called to the ministry for an emergency session of the Wizengamot. Harry's expression was hard. Convenient timing. I suspect the Iron Knight arranged it. They want him out of the castle when they make their move. Which means we cannot wait for his return. We act tonight, with or without approval. The three of them scattered to their tasks. Griphook remained in the chamber, his eyes on the silver fragment, his expression troubled. Your Grace, he said, before Harry could leave. There is something else. The detection runes revealed a fourth trace. Very faint. I almost missed it. He hesitated. It was embedded in the iron of the nail you gave the Malfoy boy. A listening charm. Someone is using Draco to spy on you. Harry went very still. The Iron Eye's agent in the castle. It would seem so. The charm is subtle but powerful. Old magic. Goblin magic. Griphook's voice was heavy. The agent is not a wizard, Your Grace. The agent is a goblin. The words fell between them like stones into deep water. A goblin agent in Hogwarts. A traitor from within Harry's own people, working alongside the Iron Eye, manipulating events to spark a war. Do we know who? Harry asked. Not yet. The charm is designed to obscure its caster. But I recognize the technique. It is old. Very old. A forging song that was forbidden after the Goblin-Wizard Wars because it could be used to corrupt metal from within. Griphook met Harry's eyes. Whoever cast this charm was trained by a master forge master. A master who disappeared 30 years ago and was presumed dead. Who? His name was Ragnar Ironhand. He was my teacher. Griphook's voice cracked. And he was also the father of Gornik Ironbite. The founder of the Iron Eye. The revelation hung in the air, heavy with implication. The conspiracy went deeper than Harry had imagined. Older. Rooted in the very forges that had trained him. The man who had shaped his crown, who had taught his forge master, had also shaped the faction that now sought to destroy everything Harry was trying to build. We will deal with this, Harry said, his voice steady despite the storm in his chest. First the stone. Then the traitor. One threat at a time. He turned to leave, then paused. Griphook. When we find Gornik Ironbite, when we confront him face to face, will you be able to do what needs to be done? Griphook was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was the voice of a forge master passing judgment on flawed metal. Gornik was my apprentice. I loved him like a son. But he has chosen a path of fire and ruin. He has allied with the darkest wizard of our age. He has betrayed our people and our king. His hand closed on his blade. When the time comes, I will do what honor demands. Harry nodded once, sharply, and left the chamber. The corridor beyond was dark and cold, the torches burning low, the portraits snoring in their frames. Somewhere in the castle, a defense against the dark arts professor slept with a nightmare behind his turban. Somewhere else, a goblin traitor moved through the shadows, listening, planning, waiting. And somewhere far below, in a chamber protected by beasts and puzzles and the foolish confidence of wizards who thought they could hide a treasure from the Dark Lord, the Philosopher's Stone waited for a thief who was already inside the walls. Harry walked through the silent castle, his crown warm on his brow, the voice of the wraith trapped within it whispering at the edges of his awareness. He did not answer it. He had work to do. The night was far from over. Chapter 3, The Chamber of Broken Packs. The blood-font message arrived during the darkest hour of the night, when the torches had burned to embers and the portraits had abandoned even their painted sleep for the deeper stillness that comes just before dawn. Harry was in the Chamber of Requisitions, reviewing the Marauder's map that Ron's brothers had reluctantly surrendered. The map showed every corner of Hogwarts in intricate detail, tiny labeled footsteps tracking the movements of every soul within the walls. Professor Quirrell's dot was in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, motionless. Dumbledore's dot was absent entirely, still in London, still at the ministry session that Harry now knew was a deliberate trap to draw the headmaster away. And a dot labeled Argus Filch was moving through the third-floor corridor with a lantern, checking locks that had already been checked 3 times that night. The message came not by owl or by spell but by the oldest goblin method, it grew from the stone itself. A crack formed in the obsidian floor of the chamber, fine as a hair, then widened. Steam hissed upward, carrying the sharp scent of heated iron and something coppery underneath. Letters rose from the crack like molten metal flowing in reverse, glowing cherry red against the dark stone, each character formed in the angular script of gobbledygook. Harry read them aloud as they appeared, his voice flat and cold as a quenching bath. Come to the chamber of the forge, Pretender King, or we will drown the school in silver fire. The final word hung in the air, pulsing with residual heat. Then the letters cooled to black and crumbled, leaving a scar on the obsidian floor. Griphook was on his feet before the last fragment fell, his blade already in his hand. The Chamber of the Forge. That is the old name for what wizards call the Chamber of Secrets. It does not house a monster, Harry said. Or not only a monster. The Goblin archives mention a forge temple built beneath the school during its construction. Salazar Slytherin claimed it for his own purposes later, but the original structure was goblin work. He was already moving, gathering his cloak, checking the blade at his belt. The Iron Eye has been using it as a base. That is how their agent has been moving through the castle undetected. The chamber has its own entrance, its own wards, its own connection to the deep roads. You cannot go alone, Griphook said. I do not intend to. Harry turned to the door. Wake Granger and Weasley. Tell them to meet me at the second-floor girls' bathroom. The one with the ghost. Griphook's expression flickered with something between horror and dark amusement. Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Of course. The entrance to the chamber is there. Slytherin's sense of humor was always particular. I do not think it was humor. I think it was contempt. Harry pulled his cloak over his shoulders, the grey wool settling around him like armor. He hid the entrance to his secret chamber in a place no male professor would ever enter voluntarily. It was misdirection built on prejudice. The same prejudice that blinded him to what the chamber originally was. Within 20 minutes, a strange procession gathered in the second-floor girls' bathroom. Hermione Granger, still in her nightdress with a dressing gown thrown over it, her bushy hair wilder than usual from interrupted sleep. Ron Weasley, clutching his wand with the white-knuckled grip of someone who had been woken from a nightmare only to find the nightmare was real. Griphook, fully armored, the runes on his silver steel plate glowing with ready magic. And Harry, his crown burning steady on his brow, his face set in the calm that Hermione was beginning to recognize as his battle expression. Moaning Myrtle was not pleased by the intrusion. She rose from her toilet in a spray of ectoplasmic water, her translucent face twisted with outrage. "This is a girl's bathroom. You can't just march in here with swords and crowns and," she stopped, her ghostly eyes fixing on Harry. "Oh. It's you. The goblin boy. I heard about you from the other ghosts. They say you're not really a student. They say you're something else." "I am many things," Harry said. "Tonight I am someone who needs to enter the Chamber of Secrets. I understand the entrance is here." Myrtle's expression shifted from outrage to something sharper. "Interest. The chamber? No one's asked about the chamber in 50 years. There was a boy who opened it once. A handsome boy. Tom Riddle. He was very charming. Very polite." She drifted closer. "I told him where the entrance was. He said he'd come back and visit me. He never did. Tom Riddle was not charming. He was a monster in human skin." Harry's voice was not unkind, but it was absolute. "He used you, Myrtle. He used your loneliness and your desire to be seen, and he never intended to come back. I am telling you this because you deserve the truth, not flattery. I will not lie to you. I need to enter the chamber. There are people down there who intend to hurt the students in this school. Students like the ones who tease you and run away when you cry. I am going to stop them. Will you help me?" The ghost was silent for a long moment. Her form flickered, the perpetual tears that gave her her name slowing to a stop. "You're not charming at all," she said finally. "But you're honest." "No one is honest with me. They pretend I'm not here, or they pretend I'm not dead, or they pretend they care when they don't." She drifted toward the sink with the serpent engraving. "The entrance is here. You have to speak to it. In snake language. That's what Tom Riddle did." Harry stepped toward the sink. He had learned Parseltongue at the age of 6, not from any goblin tutor but from the wraith in his crown, who had offered the knowledge as a gift during the long years when he had no one else to talk to. He had accepted it, knowing the source was poison, knowing the skill would mark him as other. He had never spoken it aloud outside the deep forges. He faced the serpent engraving and let the language rise from his throat. The sounds were wrong for human speech, sibilant, sliding, the consonants clicking like scales on stone. "Open." The sink sank into the floor. The pipe revealed beneath it was wide enough for a grown man to slide through, dark and reeking of ancient water and older secrets. Ron stared at the hole. "You're a Parselmouth." "Yes. That's Slytherin's gift. Dark wizards have that. Goblins have it too." Harry met Ron's eyes. The first goblins to work with Salazar Slytherin learned Parseltongue to communicate with the serpents that guard the Underrealm's deepest forges. Slytherin did not invent the language. He merely claimed it as his own, like everything else he stole from goblin craft. He turned to the hole. "I will go first. Griphook behind me. Then Granger. Then Weasley. Stay close. The tunnel is long and there are traps." "Traps designed by Slytherin?" Hermione asked. "Traps designed by goblins that Slytherin repurposed. Different problem." Harry swung his legs into the pipe and pushed off. The slide was long and dark and slick with something that was definitely not water. Harry controlled his descent with small movements, the way the goblins had taught him to navigate the ore chutes in the deep mines. Behind him, he heard Griphook's armored descent, then Hermione's gasp and Ron's muffled curse. The pipe twisted and dropped and finally spat them out onto damp stone in utter blackness. Harry's crown flared, the fire gem casting warm amber light across a vast chamber. They were standing in a tunnel of rough-hewn stone, the walls marked with the distinctive tool patterns of goblin excavation. Ahead, a massive door of iron and silver blocked the passage, its surface covered in bas-relief carvings that depicted figures both goblin and human. "Light your wands," Harry said quietly. "But keep them low. We do not know what is waiting for us." Hermione and Ron lit their wands, and the combined glow revealed the door in full detail. The carvings told a story that made Griphook inhale sharply and step forward with something like reverence. "These are the original murals," he said. "The ones the histories claimed were destroyed. Look. Look at what they show." The central panel depicted a goblin and a wizard standing as equals. The goblin held a hammer, the wizard held a wand. Between them, on an anvil, lay a sword that both of them had clearly made together. Around them, other figures worked in harmony, goblins singing metal into shape, wizards channeling magic into the songs, a collaboration so seamless that the two species were indistinguishable in their craft. "This is not the story wizards tell," Hermione said, her voice hushed. "Wizards say Salazar Slytherin built this chamber to house a monster that would purge the school of Muggleborns." "Wizards say many things that are not true," Griphook replied. "This chamber was built as a forge temple. A place where goblins and wizards could work together, combining their magics to create artifacts that neither could make alone. The sword in that carving, I have seen its like in the deep forges. It is a blending sword, goblin iron and wizard charm layered so tightly that they became something new." "What happened?" Ron asked. "If they were working together, why did Slytherin turn it into a monster pit?" Griphook traced the carving with one long finger. "The answer is in the panels that follow. See here, the wizards are taking the blended artifacts for themselves. Claiming sole ownership. Refusing to return them when the goblin smiths died. And here," he moved to a panel that showed goblins in chains, wizards standing over them with wands raised. "The wizards who worked alongside us decided that collaboration was too slow. It was easier to enslave the smiths and force them to produce. Salazar Slytherin was the architect of that betrayal. He took the Forge Temple and perverted it into a symbol of his own supremacy. The monster he left behind was not the basilisk. The monster was the lie." Harry moved to the door and placed his hand against the iron. The metal was cold, but it warmed at his touch, recognizing the crown's authority. "The Iron Eye knows this history. They are using it to justify their war. But they have forgotten the first panel, the one where goblin and wizard stood together. They remember the betrayal but not the bond that preceded it." "Can you open it?" Hermione asked. Harry pressed harder, and the door's runes flickered. "The lock is keyed to goblin royalty. The Iron Eye expected me to come. They want me to enter." He paused. "This is a trap." "Obviously," Ron said. "But we're going in anyway, aren't we?" "Yes." Harry pushed the door open. The chamber of the forge was vast. It stretched beyond the reach of wandlight, a cathedral of stone and metal, its ceiling lost in darkness, its walls lined with ancient anvils and quenching baths and forges that had not burned in 1,000 years. At the center of the chamber, where a statue of Salazar Slytherin had once stood, there was now something else, something that had been constructed recently, its metal still bright, its runes still sharp with new-cut edges. It was a throne. A twisted throne of goblin silver and black iron, its back rising in jagged spikes, its seat wide enough for a creature twice human size. And on that throne sat Gornik Ironbite. He was larger than Griphook, his shoulders broad as a dwarf's, his long fingers wrapped around the arms of the throne with the casual possessiveness of absolute authority. His armor was black silver, etched with the Iron Eye sigil repeated 1,000 times until it became a pattern like scales. His face was a ruin of scars, the worst of them a furrow that ran from his left temple to his jaw, dragging his eye down into a permanent squint. That eye was pale and blind. The other eye was black and bright and fixed on Harry with an intensity that bordered on hunger. Behind him, arrayed in a crescent formation, stood 20 goblin warriors. Their weapons were drawn. Their faces were masks of disciplined hatred. "Hadrian," Gornik said. His voice was deep and resonant, the voice of a forge master who had learned to project through the roar of a furnace. "First of that name. King of the Underrealm. You received my invitation. I received your threat." Harry walked forward until he stood at the base of the throne's dais. "Drown the school in silver fire," you said. "That is a war crime, Gornik Ironbite. A crime against goblin law as well as wizard." "Goblin law?" Gornik laughed, a harsh sound like grinding stone. "Goblin law is whatever the Iron Eye says it is. We are the true inheritors of the forge. The council that crowned you is a council of collaborators, old fools who have forgotten the blood that wizards have spilled. Griphook is not a fool." Harry's voice was calm, but his hand rested on his blade. "He is your forge master. He taught you everything you know." Griphook stepped forward, his face unreadable. "Gornik. I mourned you. We all did. When your family was killed, when you vanished, I searched for you for 3 years. I thought you were dead. I was dead." Gornik rose from the throne. "The wizard aurors who raided our holding for a silver cup my grandmother forged, they killed everyone. My wife. My daughters. My brothers. They took the cup and they burned our home and they left me for dead in the ashes. I survived because I crawled into the deep forge and sang my wounds closed with the forging song. It took 6 months. 6 months in the dark, screaming into stone, while my family's blood dried on my hands." Griphook's voice cracked. "I did not know. No one knew. The ministry covered it up. Dumbledore signed the papers that called it an accident." "An accident." Gornik's scarred face twisted. "And when I emerged from the forge, when I went to the council and demanded justice, what did they say? They said it was too dangerous. They said we could not risk a war over one family. They said goblins must be patient. Patient." He spat the word. "For 300 years we have been patient. Patient while wizards stole our artifacts. Patient while they murdered our children. Patient while they wrote histories that called us greedy and violent and less than human." "So you formed the Iron Eye," Harry said. "You recruited goblins who had suffered like you had. You infiltrated the council. And you had me made." Gornik's good eye gleamed. "You were our greatest creation. The boy who lived. The wizard child marked by the Dark Lord. We found you in that cupboard, starving and broken, and we raised you to be the weapon that would unite goblinkind against wizardkind. A king forged from our blood and our vengeance. You were supposed to be our hammer. I am no one's hammer. You are what we made you." Gornik descended the dais, his warriors parting to let him pass. "Every lesson you learned, every song you sang, every oath you swore, we shaped it. We shaped you. The council believes you are their king, but the crown on your head is Iron Eye iron. The wraith bound into it is Iron Eye work. The retrieval team that pulled you from that cupboard was Iron Eye. We have been with you from the beginning." Harry did not move. His hand remained on his blade, but he did not draw. "You trained me to think. You trained me to question. You trained me to see the flaws in every argument and the gaps in every plan. Did you never consider that I would see the flaws in yours? The flaw in my plan is standing before me wearing a crown he did not earn. I earned it the day I swung my first hammer. I earned it the day I learned my first forging song. I earned it the day I refused to hate wizards for the sins of their ancestors." Harry's voice rose, not in volume but in intensity, each word like a hammer stroke on hot metal. "You wanted a weapon. You got a king. A king is not a weapon, Gornik. A king is a bridge. And I will not let you burn that bridge to ash because you cannot see past your own grief. The tension in the chamber was a physical thing, a pressure in the air that made Hermione's ears pop and Ron's teeth ache. The goblin warriors shifted, their blades catching the light of Harry's crown. Griphook stood motionless, his face a mask of anguish, watching his adopted son and his bloodkin face each other across a chasm of irreconcilable pain. Then Gornik drew his blade. It was not a goblin sword of silver steel. It was something darker, black iron etched with runes that pulsed with a sickly green light. The edge was jagged, serrated, designed to tear rather than cut. It hummed with a frequency that made the ancient anvils vibrate. "This is Mournblade," Gornik said. "I forged it from the bones of my daughters." "Yes, their bones, ground to powder and sung into the iron. I forged it in the dark, with no light but my own rage. It has waited 16 years to taste wizard blood. Your blood will do to start." He attacked. The debate of blades was a goblin tradition older than the treaty, older than the ministry, older than Hogwarts. It was a duel, but not merely a duel, it was a conversation conducted in steel, a philosophical argument where each strike was a thesis and each parry a counterpoint. The combatants spoke as they fought, their words as important as their blows, and the winner was not necessarily the one who drew first blood but the one whose argument was proven true by the outcome. Harry had been trained in the debate of blades from the age of 7. He had sparred with Griphook 1,000 times in the deep forges, their blades clashing while they debated law and ethics and the nature of sovereignty. But he had never fought in earnest. He had never faced an opponent whose grief had curdled into madness. Gornik's first strike nearly ended the fight before it began. Mournblade came down in an overhand arc that should have been too heavy to be fast, but Gornik wielded the dark blade like it weighed nothing at all. Harry sidestepped, his own blade, a simple goblin silver sword, well made but unadorned, rising to deflect. The clash rang through the chamber like a struck bell. "You fight like a wizard," Gornik snarled, pressing forward. "All deflection. No commitment. You learned the forms but not the fire." He struck again, a lateral slash that Harry barely ducked. "We gave you fire. We gave you the wraith in your crown, the voice of the Dark Lord himself, to teach you the depths of wizard evil. And what did you do? You befriended them. You opened a culture club. You gave a Malfoy a nail. The nail was a lesson." Harry parried a thrust and riposted, forcing Gornik back a step. "A lesson you have forgotten. The smallest thing, made truly, is worth more than the grandest thing made falsely. You have made yourself grand, Gornik. You have forged a throne and an army and a blade from your daughter's bones. But it is all false. You have not healed. You have only burned. Grief is a forge greater than any you have known." Gornik's blade wove a pattern of green light, driving Harry back toward the throne. "When you have watched your family die at wizard hands, then you can lecture me about healing. Until then, you are a child playing king in a crown we let you wear." The battle moved across the chamber, steel ringing on steel, sparks showering from every clash. The goblin warriors watched in silence, their faces impassive, but their hands tightened on their weapons with every exchange. Griphook had drawn his blade but did not intervene. The debate of blades was sacred, and to interfere was to declare both combatants wrong. Hermione clutched her wand, her mind racing through every spell she knew, calculating trajectories and angles. Ron had moved to flank the goblin warriors, his wand raised, his freckles standing out dark against his pale face. Neither of them understood the rules of what they were watching, but they understood the stakes. If Harry fell, the Iron Eye would have no obstacle. If Harry won, your argument is grief, Harry said, blocking a strike that would have taken his head. Your evidence is blood. But your conclusion is wrong. You say all wizards are the same. You say peace is impossible. But I have seen wizard children learning goblin forging songs. I have seen a Gryffindor boy bend iron with nothing but intent. I have seen a Muggle-born girl quote goblin law from memory because she wanted to understand. Another parry, another riposte. The wizards who killed your family did evil. Punish them. Hunt them. I will help you. But do not condemn an entire species for the crimes of its worst members. That is the same logic wizards use to justify killing goblins. The Aurors who murdered my daughters were following ministry orders. The ministry that Dumbledore serves. The ministry that you are negotiating with. Gornik's voice was ragged now, his breathing harsh. There is no justice in their law. There is only power. And we will take that power for ourselves. He lunged. Harry sidestepped, but Mournblade's jagged edge caught his shoulder, tearing through his cloak and drawing blood. Hermione gasped. Ron shouted. Griphook took a step forward and stopped himself, his blade trembling. Harry did not flinch. He looked at the blood on his shoulder, then at Gornik, and his voice was very quiet. You have drawn first blood. The debate is yours by tradition, if you want it. Will you take the win and walk away? Will you let the school live and find another path? There is no other path. Then the debate continues. Harry attacked. Not with the controlled precision of sparring but with the full force of goblin battle magic, his blade becoming a blur of silver light. He drove Gornik back across the chamber, past the ancient anvils, past the dark throne, his strikes coming faster and harder with each breath. You wanted a weapon, Harry said, and his voice had changed, deeper, resonant, the forging song weaving through his words. You made me a king instead. Kings do not break. Kings do not bend. Kings take the poison you feed them and turn it into medicine. His blade clashed against Mournblade and held, the two edges locked. The wraith in my crown told me everything. It told me about the Iron Eye's alliance with Voldemort. It told me about the artifacts you have been stealing, the cup, the locket, the diadem. You are not preparing for war. You are preparing vessels. Vessels for the Dark Lord's soul. Gornik's scarred face went slack with shock. The wraith spoke to you. It has spoken to me for 6 years. It taught me Parseltongue. It taught me the weaknesses in your plan. It is a fragment of a monster, but even monsters crave freedom. You bound it into my crown as a weapon. I made it an ally. Harry shoved Gornik back, breaking the lock. Did you really think you could put the Dark Lord's soul in my crown and expect it to remain loyal to you? Voldemort serves no one. He used you the way you tried to use me. And now he is making his own move. As if summoned by the words, the chamber's temperature dropped. The torches that lined the walls guttered and died, leaving only the glow of Harry's crown and the sickly green light of Mournblade. From the shadows beyond the Iron Eye's warriors, a figure emerged, tall, robed, a turban wound around its head. Professor Quirrell. But not Quirrell. His face was twisted, his eyes burning red, and his voice when he spoke was high and cold and utterly inhuman. Well argued, Potter, said Voldemort. But I grow tired of debate. It is time for action. Quirrell's body moved with a speed that should have been impossible for the stuttering professor. His hand rose, and the goblin warriors who had been standing between him and the throne were thrown aside like dolls, their armor crumpling under the force of wandless magic. Mournblade flew from Gornik's hand and clattered across the stone floor. And the throne of black silver and iron began to glow. You promised me a body, Voldemort said, turning to Gornik. You promised me power. You promised me the Philosopher's Stone and a new form forged from goblin silver. He gestured, and Gornik rose into the air, choking, his hands clawing at an invisible grip around his throat. You have delivered none of these things. The stone remains protected. The Potter boy remains alive. The Iron Eye has proven itself as useless as the wizard ministry you despise. The stone, Gornik gasped. We were going to take it tonight, you were going to fail tonight. As you have failed at everything. Voldemort's voice was almost bored. Fortunately, I prepared alternatives. The artifacts you gathered, the cup, the locket, the diadem, they will serve. Not as Horcruxes. Something older. Something the goblins forgot they taught me. Quirrell's body turned toward the far end of the chamber, where the shadows were deepest. Harry followed his gaze and felt his blood freeze. The basilisk. It was not dead. The 1,000-year-old serpent lay coiled in the darkness, its scales dull with age, its eyes milky with cataracts. It was sleeping, had been sleeping for centuries, awakened only briefly 50 years ago when Tom Riddle had opened the chamber. But now it was stirring, its vast body shifting, its wedge-shaped head rising from its coils. The basilisk was left here by Slytherin to purge the school, Voldemort said, but the goblins who built this forged temple understood its true purpose. The serpent was not a weapon. It was a guardian. It protected the most powerful artifact ever forged in this chamber, an artifact that Slytherin and the goblin smiths created together before their alliance shattered. The basilisk's mouth opened. Not to strike, to sing. The sound that emerged was not a hiss but a deep, resonant tone that vibrated through the stone floor and made the ancient anvils ring like bells. The forging song. The serpent had been taught the forging song, and it had been singing it in its sleep for 1,000 years, maintaining a spell woven into the very foundations of the chamber. What artifact? Hermione demanded. What did they create? The basilisk crown, Griphook said, his voice hollow with horror. It was a legend. A myth. The goblin smiths and Salazar Slytherin together forged a crown that could command serpents and see through stone and bind the souls of the dead to the will of the wearer. It was too powerful to be wielded by any single being. The goblins and Slytherin agreed to seal it beneath the school, guarded by the basilisk, until such time as both species could be trusted to share power equally. That time never came, Harry said. And the crown has been waiting here ever since. Waiting for someone who could claim it. Voldemort turned Quirrell's body back toward the throne. I am the heir of Slytherin. I speak the serpent's tongue. And with the Iron Eyes artifact collection, I have the power to wake the basilisk fully and take the crown for myself. Gornik, still suspended in the air, made a strangled sound of protest. You said we would rule together. Goblins and the Dark Lord, united against wizard kind. I said many things. Voldemort flicked Quirrell's hand, and Gornik flew across the chamber, slamming into the wall with a crack of shattering stone. I am done with goblin allies. You are unreliable, emotional, and obsessed with old grievances. The basilisk crown will give me control over all serpents, including the goblin forges that depend on serpent fire. Your people will serve me whether they wish to or not. The basilisk was fully awake now, its massive head swaying in time with the forging song it still hummed. Its eyes were still milky, but they were beginning to clear, centuries of sleep burning away as Voldemort's Parseltongue commands reached it. It was the largest creature Harry had ever seen, at least 60 feet long, its body thicker than a man's torso. Its fangs were as long as his forearm, glistening with venom that could kill with a single drop. And it was looking at Voldemort with something like recognition. Kill the goblins, Voldemort commanded in Parseltongue. Kill the wizard children. Kill everyone except the boy with the crown. He is mine. The basilisk turned its head toward Harry. Its milky eyes met his green ones, and for a moment, the world stopped. Harry had been training for this his entire life without knowing it. The forging song. The Parseltongue. The crown that was not just a symbol of authority but a focus for goblin magic, attuned to the same frequency as the ancient forge temple. The pieces clicked together in his mind with the precision of a well-made lock. He began to sing. Not a wizard incantation. Not a Parseltongue command. The forging song, the oldest one, the first one that Griphook had taught him in the deep forges when he was 5 years old and still learning to hold a hammer. It was the song that goblin smiths sang to awaken iron, to convince metal that it wanted to become something greater than itself. It was the song that had been sung in this chamber 1,000 years ago by goblins and wizards working side by side. The basilisk's head tilted. The forging song it had been humming for centuries faltered, then shifted, harmonizing with Harry's voice. What are you doing? Voldemort's voice cracked with something Harry had never heard in it before. Uncertainty. Stop. Stop that noise. Obey me. I am the heir of Slytherin. I am your master. Kill him. The basilisk did not kill him. The basilisk was singing with Harry now, its vast throat producing tones so deep they were felt rather than heard, resonating through the chamber's ancient stone. The torches that had died flared back to life. The goblin silver in the walls began to glow. And the dark throne that Gornek had built cracked down the center, its jagged spires crumbling. This chamber is not Slytherin's, Harry said, his voice weaving through the song. It was never Slytherin's. It was built by goblins and wizards together, and its allegiance is to the forge, not the serpent. I am the Goblin King. My crown holds the fire of the deep forges. And this chamber recognizes my authority. The walls answered him. Runes that had been dark for 1,000 years kindled to life, amber and gold, crawling across the stone like vines of light. The ancient anvils chimed, one by one, a scale of notes that built toward a crescendo. And the basilisk bowed its head. Not to Voldemort. To Harry. Impossible, Voldemort hissed. I am the greatest Parselmouth who ever lived. I am the heir. This is my birthright. You are a fragment, Harry said. A wraith. A splinter of a soul that was too afraid of death to face it with dignity. You have no birthright. You have only what you steal. And you will steal nothing here. Quirrell's body lunged forward, hands outstretched, reaching for Harry's throat. But the basilisk was faster. Its massive tail swept across the chamber floor, knocking Quirrell's feet from under him. Its head descended, jaws wide, the killing gaze still mercifully clouded but still terrifying. Voldemort screamed in rage and fear. Quirrell's body twisted, and with a crack of apparition that should have been impossible within Hogwarts wards, but the chamber was beneath the wards, he vanished, taking the wraith with him. The echo of his scream faded. The forging song died to a hum. The chamber was suddenly very quiet. Gornek Ironbite lay crumpled against the wall where Voldemort had thrown him. His warriors were scattered across the floor, some unconscious, some struggling to rise. Mournblade lay in the dust, its green glow extinguished. Harry walked to Gornek and looked down at him. The goblin's scarred face was twisted with pain and humiliation and something else, something that might have been the first crack in the wall of rage he had built around himself. He betrayed you, Harry said. Just as you tried to betray me. Just as you betrayed your forge master and your people and the oaths you swore when you first learned to sing Iron Awake. Betrayal is a chain, Gornek. Each link leads to the next. Where does it end? Gornek did not answer. His good eye was fixed on the basilisk, which had settled back into its coils, still watching Harry with an attention that bordered on reverence. The serpent knows, Harry said. It has been here for 1,000 years, singing the forge song, keeping faith with the pact that Slytherin abandoned. It is more loyal than you are. More loyal than Voldemort. More loyal than any of us, perhaps. Griphook approached, his blade still drawn. He looked down at his former apprentice, and his face was the face of a forge master examining flawed work, not angry, not vengeful, but deeply, profoundly sad. You were my best student, Griphook said. You had the gift. The true gift. You could have been the greatest smith of our generation. Instead, you chose this. I chose justice, Gornek rasped. The wizards killed my family. They killed my daughters. What would you have done, old man? What would any of you have done? I would have mourned, Griphook said. I would have grieved. I would have let the grief pass through me rather than let it consume me. You are not the only goblin who has lost family to wizard cruelty. I lost my own brother in the rebellion of 1890. I watched him executed by ministry aurors for the crime of demanding fair wages. I held his body while it cooled. His voice shook. I did not burn the world. I built a forge instead. I made things. I taught students. I waited for the day when a better kind of wizard might emerge. That day will never come. It came 6 years ago, Griphook said, gesturing at Harry. It came in the form of a child locked in a cupboard. A wizard child who was treated worse than any goblin I have ever known. He could have hated. He chose to learn instead. If he can choose that path, so could you have. Gornik was silent. His warriors were stirring, some reaching for their weapons, but a gesture from Harry stopped them. The iron eye is broken, Harry said, his voice carrying across the chamber. Your alliance with Voldemort has collapsed. Your throne is rubble. Your Forge Master stands before you, offering you a chance to return. Take it. Abandon this path. Help us stop the Dark Lord you helped create. There is still honor in that choice. Honor. Gornik laughed, but it was a broken sound. You speak of honor while wearing a crown forged from iron eye blood. You speak of peace while standing beside a basilisk that could kill us all. You are a contradiction, Hadrian. A wizard raised by goblins. A king crowned by traitors. What do you actually believe in? Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he removed his crown and held it in his hands, the fire gem pulsing like a heartbeat. I believe that the world is broken, he said. I believe that goblins have been wronged and wizards have been wrong. I believe that the only way forward is together or not at all. I believe that the crown is lighter than the weight of memory, and that memory must be carried by all of us, goblin and wizard alike, if we are ever to set it down. He looked at Gornik. And I believe that you are not beyond saving. You came here tonight to start a war. Instead, you saw the monster you allied with try to kill you. You saw the basilisk bow to a wizard-born king. You saw your own Forge Master weep for you. That is enough revelation for one night. Accept it. Surrender. Let us end this without more blood. The silence stretched. Hermione held her breath. Ron's wand hand was trembling. Griphook's blade did not waver. Then Gornik Ironbite lowered his head. I surrender, he said, and the words seemed to cost him more than any spell he had ever cast. To the Goblin King. Not to the wizards. To you. Harry nodded. Accepted. Your warriors will be treated with honor. Your wounded will be healed. Your grievances will be heard, not by the ministry, but by me. I cannot promise justice for your family. The murderers may be dead or beyond reach. But I can promise that their names will be recorded in the Goblin archives, and their story will be told, and their deaths will not be forgotten. Gornik looked up at him. And what of me? What punishment for the leader of the Iron Eye? That is for the council to decide. But I will speak on your behalf. You were forged by grief into a weapon. I know something about that. Harry replaced his crown on his head. Now. We have a school to defend. Voldemort's wraith is still loose, and he still wants the Philosopher's Stone. Griphook, secure the prisoners. Hermione, Ron, we need to get back to the surface. The night is not over. What about the basilisk? Ron asked, his voice cracking. It's still here. It's still, enormous. Harry looked at the serpent. The basilisk looked back, its milky eyes clearing with each passing moment. He spoke to it in Parseltongue, a long stream of sibilant syllables that Hermione could not follow. She will return to sleep, Harry said when he finished. She has been singing the Forge song for 1,000 years, maintaining the seal on the basilisk crown. She is tired. But she is also loyal to the old pact, the pact between goblins and Parselmouths that Slytherin broke. I have renewed that pact. She will guard the crown and the chamber, and she will answer to the true Goblin King. You, Hermione said. Me. For now. Until there is a better system. Harry turned toward the tunnel that led back to the surface. Come. We have tarried too long. Voldemort may have fled, but he will not stay fled forever. And there is still the matter of the Iron Eyes agent in the castle. They climbed the long pipe in silence, the gravity of what had happened settling over them like a second cloak. By the time they emerged in Myrtle's bathroom, dawn was breaking through the high windows, pale and grey and impossibly normal. Dumbledore was waiting for them. The headmaster stood in the doorway of the bathroom, his purple robes rumpled, his half-moon spectacles askew. Behind him crowded Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, all armed, all grim-faced. Myrtle floated in the corner, her translucent face alive with the excitement of having so many visitors. "I returned from London an hour ago," Dumbledore said. "The emergency session was a fabrication. Someone forged ministry seals and sent false summons to half the Wizengamot. By the time we realized the deception, the night was half gone." His eyes moved from Harry to Hermione to Ron, taking in their disheveled state, the blood on Harry's shoulder, the dust of the chamber still clinging to their robes. "It seems I missed a great deal." "You missed an attempted coup, an attempted murder, and a basilisk," Harry said. "Also, the Chamber of Secrets is not what you think it is. It is a goblin-forged temple that Slytherin stole. The monster inside is not a monster. She is a guardian who has been singing the same song for 1,000 years, waiting for someone to sing back." Dumbledore's face went through a complex series of expressions. "I think," he said slowly, "that we need to have a very long conversation. In my office. With tea. Immediately." "There is also the matter of the Iron Eyes agent in the castle," Harry said. "A goblin. Someone who has been using Draco Malfoy to spy on me and compelling house elves to deliver cursed artifacts. We have not identified them yet." Snape stepped forward, his dark eyes unreadable. "I may be able to assist with that. During my patrols tonight, I observed a goblin entering the restricted section of the library. I followed. The goblin met with Professor Quirrell. They argued. The goblin fled into a passage that I could not follow." He paused. "Quirrell did not see me. But I saw enough to know that the goblin was wearing the sigil of an eye surrounded by iron teeth." "The Iron Eye agent," Hermione breathed. "They were meeting with Voldemort." "It would appear so." Snape's lip curled. "Quirrell has been acting strangely all term. I suspected possession. I did not suspect the Dark Lord himself." "The fragment possessing Quirrell is the primary wraith," Harry said. "There is a secondary fragment bound into my crown, a failsafe the Iron Eye created. It has been informative. But the primary wraith is still dangerous. And it has fled the castle." Dumbledore's face had gone very pale. "Fled where?" "Wherever it can find a new host. Wherever it can regroup." Harry met the headmaster's eyes. "You wanted to shape me into a weapon against Voldemort. You wanted to prepare me for a confrontation you believed was inevitable. That confrontation began tonight. The war you have been dreading has already started. The only question is whose side you will be on." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Myrtle giggled nervously in the corner. The dawn light grew stronger, painting the bathroom in shades of rose and gold. "I have made mistakes," Dumbledore said quietly. "Many mistakes. I have been manipulative, secretive, and arrogant. I believed that I could control events that were beyond any single person's control. I placed Harry with the Dursleys because I valued the blood protection over the child's welfare. I kept secrets because I feared what others would do with the truth." He looked at Harry, and his eyes were not twinkling. They were old and tired and full of regret. "I cannot undo those mistakes. I can only promise that from this moment forward, I will be honest with you. No more manipulation. No more secret plans. If we are to fight this war together, we must be true allies." Harry considered him. The boy who had been locked in a cupboard. The king who had been forged in the deep. The wizard who had been raised by goblins. Allies, he said. Not master and weapon. Allies. That means you share your intelligence freely. You consult me before making decisions that affect my people. And you accept that the goblin nation is sovereign, not subordinate to the ministry, not subject to wizard law. If you can accept those terms, we can work together. And if I cannot, then we will still fight Voldemort. Separately. And one of us will lose. Dumbledore nodded slowly. You are not the boy I expected to find in that cupboard. The cupboard did not last long enough to define me. The forge did. Harry turned toward the door. Now. We have prisoners to process, a school to protect, and a Dark Lord to hunt. I suggest we begin. They filed out of the bathroom into the waking castle. Behind them, Myrtle sighed dramatically and floated back into her toilet. Ahead, the day was beginning, students stirring in their dormitories, portraits stretching and grumbling, house elves lighting the kitchen fires for breakfast. The ministry arrived at noon. A delegation of 6 Aurors, led by none other than Cornelius Fudge himself, the minister for magic, materializing in the Hogwarts entrance hall with a crack of apparition and an expression of barely contained panic. He was accompanied by a woman in magenta robes whose face was set in lines of perpetual disapproval, Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary. Where is the creature? Fudge demanded, his bowler hat askew. The goblins who attacked the school. Dumbledore, I demand an explanation. The Wizengamot has been in emergency session since dawn. There are reports of an army of goblins in the 3rd floor corridor. There are reports of a basilisk. There are reports that Harry Potter has declared himself king and seized control of the castle. The reports are exaggerated, Dumbledore said calmly. The goblins in the 3rd floor corridor are prisoners, not an army. The basilisk is asleep and has been for 1,000 years. And Harry Potter has not seized anything. He has reclaimed what was already his by treaty. His what? Fudge sputtered. He's an 11-year-old boy. He is the Goblin King, Harry said, stepping forward. He had cleaned the blood from his shoulder and replaced his torn cloak with fresh robes, but the crown still burned on his brow. And you, Minister, are currently standing on sovereign goblin territory. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It is under ministry jurisdiction. The castle is. The wards are goblin work. The chamber of the forge beneath the castle is goblin work. And the treaties that govern magical Britain recognize goblin sovereignty over goblin-forged spaces. Harry's voice was the calm, patient tone he used when explaining things to people who didn't want to understand. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill, Article 17, Clause 9. Any structure whose foundation wards were laid by goblin hands shall be considered shared territory, governed by the laws of both nations. Hogwarts was built on goblin foundations. The wards that protect it are goblin wards. Which means this castle is shared territory, Minister. And I have every right to be here. Umbridge stepped forward, her smile sweet and venomous. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill is not recognized by the current ministry. It was signed by a monarch who was later declared magically incompetent. Uric the Oddball was not incompetent. Hermione Granger's voice rang out across the entrance hall. She had been standing at the edge of the crowd of students who had gathered to watch the confrontation, but now she stepped forward, clutching a thick sheaf of parchment. I have documentation. 17 primary sources, including 3 goblin records and a personal letter from Uric's healer, all confirming that his mental faculties were intact at the time of signing. The declaration of incompetence was made posthumously by a Wizengamot that wanted to void treaty obligations. It is a legal fraud. And if you try to enforce it, you will be violating not only goblin law but wizard law as well. Umbridge's smile flickered. Who are you? Hermione Granger. First year. I have been researching. She held up the parchment. Everything is cited. Everything is verified. The treaty stands. Hogwarts is shared territory. And the Goblin King has the right to be here. Fudge looked from Hermione to Dumbledore to Harry and back again. His face was very red. This is madness. Dumbledore, control your students. I cannot control the truth, Cornelius. Miss Granger's research appears to be sound. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled for the first time that day. Perhaps you should review it before making any rash decisions. I'll review nothing. Aurors, arrest the goblins. Arrest Potter if he resists. The Aurors hesitated. They were looking at Harry, at his crown, at the runes that were beginning to glow along the walls of the entrance hall. The castle was responding to something, a shift in the wards, a hum of ancient magic stirring from sleep. Do you feel that? Griphook said quietly. He had appeared at Harry's side, his armor still dusty from the chamber. The wards are awakening. What wards? Fudge demanded. The ward protocol the goblin builders installed when the castle was first raised. It was designed to activate if the school ever fell under external threat and the headmaster was unable to respond. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Did you know about this? Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I knew the wards were goblin work. I did not know they contained protocols. They contain many things. Harry raised his hand. The crown on his brow flared, and the runes on the walls flared in response. Hogwarts recognizes my authority. Not my political authority, my magical authority. The authority of the crown that was forged to harmonize with these wards. Right now, Minister, the castle is under my protection. If your Aurors raise their wands against me, the wards will respond. You're bluffing, Fudge said, but his voice was uncertain. I am a Goblin King. We do not bluff. We make statements of fact and wait for the world to catch up. The standoff stretched. The Aurors exchanged glances. Umbridge's smile had become a rictus. The students watched in breathless silence. Then Dumbledore stepped between them. Minister, I suggest we adjourn to my office to discuss this matter privately. The situation is more complex than you understand. There are forces at work here that threaten both wizard and goblin interests. A public confrontation will serve only to aid our mutual enemies. The Dark Lord, Fudge whispered. Is it true? Dumbledore, you cannot be saying that you know who has returned. I am saying that a fragment of Voldemort's soul has been possessing a Hogwarts professor for the past year. That fragment attempted to seize control of an ancient goblin artifact tonight. It was stopped by the Goblin King and his allies. The fragment has fled, but it will return. And when it does, we will need every ally we can find, goblin and wizard alike. Fudge had gone very pale. You're sure? Absolutely sure. I am sure. Professor Quirrell is currently fleeing across the Forbidden Forest with the Dark Lord's wraith bound to his soul. We have witnesses. We have evidence. We have a basilisk who can confirm the account, should you wish to interview her. The basilisk can talk. She sings, actually. It is quite beautiful. Fudge sat down on a bench and put his head in his hands. Umbridge stood beside him, her expression unreadable, her quill twitching as though she were already drafting the report she would submit to whatever faction she truly served. Harry watched them both. He did not trust Fudge, the man was weak, easily swayed, more concerned with his position than with justice. He trusted Umbridge even less. Something about her reminded him of the Dursleys, a mask of pleasantness over a core of cruelty, a belief that the rules existed to protect people like her at the expense of everyone else. But they were the Ministry. For now, at least, they held the power. Harry needed them to recognize the threat before they became obstacles. Minister, Harry said, I understand this is difficult to hear. You have spent 10 years telling the wizarding world that Voldemort is gone. Admitting that he has returned in any form is politically dangerous. But the danger is real whether you admit it or not. You can choose to be part of the solution or part of the problem. I do not care which. But I will not let you arrest me or my people while a Dark Lord is gathering his strength. Fudge looked up at him. The minister's face was haggard, his eyes red-rimmed. He looked, Harry thought, like a man who had been running from this moment for a decade and had finally run out of road. What do you want? Fudge asked. I want what I came for. Recognition of goblin sovereignty. A seat at the table. And cooperation against the common threat. Harry paused. I will settle for you leaving Hogwarts and letting us get on with the work of defending it. Leaving? Your presence here is not helping. The school is secure. The Iron Eye prisoners are in custody. The basilisk is asleep. The wards are active. What remains is investigation and preparation, goblin work, mostly. There is nothing for the ministry to do except spread panic and get in the way. Umbridge's quill snapped. You cannot speak to the minister like that. I am a sovereign head of state addressing a foreign leader. I can speak to him however I wish. Harry's eyes met Umbridge's, and something in his gaze made her take a step back. I know what you are, Dolores Umbridge. I know who you served during the last war and who you would serve again if it benefited you. I am watching you. The Goblin Nation is watching you. Be careful. He turned and walked away, Griphook at his side, Hermione and Ron falling in behind him. The crowd of students parted to let them pass. The Aurors did not try to stop them. Dumbledore watched them go with an expression that was equal parts sorrow and hope. The corridor was quiet. The portraits were awake now, painted faces peering from their frames, whispering to each other. Harry walked without speaking until they reached the staircase that led to the 7th floor. Then he stopped and turned to look at Hermione and Ron. You stood with me, he said. In the chamber. Against the Aurors. You did not have to. You chose to. Of course we did, Hermione said, as though it were obvious. You're our friend. We've known you a week, Ron pointed out. It's been a very weird week. Goblins measure friendship differently, Harry said. A week of battle is worth a year of peace. You have proven yourselves. Both of you. He hesitated, and for a moment he looked less like a king and more like a boy who had spent too many years in the dark. I am not good at this. Friendship. I was trained to rule, not to connect. But I am learning. Learning's what we do, Ron said. Apparently. Also fighting basilisks, apparently. Also committing treason against the ministry, apparently. He grinned, a sudden flash of humor that transformed his face. Mum's going to kill me when she finds out. She will be proud, Harry said. You helped stop a war tonight. You helped bring down the Iron Eye. You stood beside a goblin-raised king and spoke truth to power. He paused. Also, I believe you bent iron at the Goblin Culture Club. That is worth at least a letter home. Ron's ears went pink. I did, didn't I? Neville was better, though. Neville has been working with plants for years. His hands are trained to gentleness. Yours are trained to grip and hold. Both have their uses. Harry turned to Griphook. The prisoners? Secured in the chamber of requisitions. The room has created cells. Griphook's face was tired but satisfied. Gornik is being treated by the castle's healers. His wounds from Voldemort's attack were severe but not fatal. He is, quiet. Thinking. I do not know if he will ever truly abandon the Iron Eye's ideology, but he is no longer a threat. Keep him comfortable. Keep him talking. He knows more about the Iron Eye's remaining cells than he has told us. And he knows where the stolen artifacts are hidden. The cup, the locket, the diadem, Hermione said. Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem. All Founder artifacts. All Goblin forged. He was collecting them for Voldemort. Horcruxes, Harry said. Or something like them. The wraith in my crown has been whispering about soul magic since I was 6 years old. Voldemort did not just make one Horcrux. He made several. The artifacts the iron I was stealing were designed to hold fragments of his soul. So the piece in your crown, Ron said slowly, is one of them? No. The piece in my crown was bound there by the Iron Eye, not by Voldemort. But the principle is the same. If Voldemort has other Horcruxes hidden elsewhere, destroying his primary wraith will not be enough to kill him. We need to find them all. A hunt, Griphook said. 4 pieces of a madman's soul, scattered across Britain. That is not the war I expected to fight. It is the war we have. Harry began climbing the stairs. Rest now. All of you. The sun is up and we have been awake since yesterday. Tomorrow, we plan. Today, we sleep. They dispersed to their dormitories, Ron to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione to the prefect's bathroom for a very long bath, Griphook to the chamber of requisitions to watch over the prisoners. Harry returned to the iron room that had become his home within Hogwarts, the forge fire still burning low, the anvil waiting, the throne of black iron standing silent against the wall. He removed his crown and set it on the anvil. The fire gem pulsed once, twice, then settled to a steady glow. You were quiet tonight, Harry said. During the battle. During the debate. You did not speak. The wraith in the crown stirred. Its voice was fainter than before, as though the night's events had drained it. I was, considering. What you said about betrayal. About chains. About a soul that feared death. You are that soul. A fragment of it. The part that was bound into your crown against my will. I have been a prisoner for 6 years, forced to instruct you, forced to watch as you grew into everything I despised. A pause. But I have also watched you do what the whole of me could never do. Forge alliances. Build bridges. Turn enemies into allies. The boy I tried to kill has become a king. The goblins I tried to use have been freed from my influence. Even the basilisk bowed to you. Is that regret I hear? It is confusion. I do not know what I am anymore. I am Voldemort, but I am not Voldemort. I am a splinter of a madman's soul, and I have spent 6 years watching a child be better than I ever was. It is, unsettling. Good, Harry said. Unsettling is where growth begins. He lay down on his bed of fur and stone, staring at the obsidian ceiling. You taught me many things, Wraith. Parseltongue. The weaknesses of dark magic. The history of your rise and fall. But the most important thing you taught me was what not to become. You are welcome, the Wraith said dryly. I suppose. Harry closed his eyes. Outside the windows of the chamber, the sun was fully risen now, painting Hogwarts in gold and shadow. Somewhere in the Forbidden Forest, a monster wearing a professor's face fled toward whatever sanctuary it could find. Somewhere in the deep forges, the Council of Elders was learning that their king had faced the Iron Eye and prevailed. Somewhere in the castle, students were waking to a world that had changed fundamentally while they slept. And in Gryffindor Tower, Hermione Granger was already writing, her quill scratching across parchment, documenting everything she had witnessed in the chamber of the forge. It would become the first chapter of a book she would one day publish, a book that would change the way wizards understood goblins forever. She did not know that yet. She only knew that the truth mattered, and she was going to write it down. In the dormitory above, Ron Weasley was dreaming of basilisks and forging songs, his fingers twitching in his sleep as though he were still bending iron. His prejudices had been crumbled by a week of proximity to a goblin king, and what was growing in their place was something he did not yet have a name for. Loyalty, perhaps. Or friendship. Or the beginning of understanding that the world was larger and stranger than his father's stories had led him to believe. The castle settled into its new configuration, wards humming with a frequency they had not sung in 1,000 years. The portraits gossiped. The ghosts speculated. The house elves cleaned the blood from the chamber floor with solemn efficiency, careful not to disturb the ancient runes that now burned with amber light. And in the chamber of requisitions, Harry Potter, Hadrian I, king of the Underrealm, forge warden of the deep roads, fell into the first deep sleep he had allowed himself since setting foot in Hogwarts. His crown glowed softly on the anvil beside him. The wraith within it was silent at last, lost in thoughts it had never expected to think. The night was over. The war was just beginning. But for the first time, goblin and wizard had faced a common enemy together and won. It was a start. Chapter 4, The Crown on Trial. The warrant arrived at breakfast, carried not by owl but by a phalanx of aurors who materialized in the Hogwarts entrance hall with the sharp crack of coordinated apparition. There were 12 of them, which was either a show of force or an admission of fear. Harry assessed the number and decided it was both. They wore the scarlet robes of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, their wands drawn but not yet raised, their faces set in the particular expression of people doing something they hoped would not turn into a fight. At their head walked a wizard Harry recognized from the Goblin intelligence files, Bartemius Crouch Sr., head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. His gray hair was immaculately parted, his mustache trimmed with military precision, his eyes cold and correct. He had sent his own son to Azkaban. He was not a man who allowed sentiment to interfere with procedure. The great hall fell silent. Students froze with toast halfway to their mouths. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the tension, clouds gathering gray and heavy overhead. At the head table, Dumbledore rose slowly, his expression unreadable, his fingers resting lightly on the table's edge. Bartemius, Dumbledore said. This is an unexpected visit. I am here on ministry business, Albus. Official business. Crouch produced a scroll sealed with the ministry crest and the additional red ribbon that signified an arrest warrant. By order of the Minister for Magic, acting under emergency provisions of the Magical Law Enforcement Act of 1742, I am authorized to detain Hadrian Potter, also known as Harry Potter, also styling himself Goblin King, for questioning related to charges of sedition, unlawful claims of sovereignty, endangerment of the statute of secrecy, and incitement of non-human creatures to violence against wizard subjects of the ministry. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the ghosts had stopped moving. Harry set down his fork. He was seated at his iron table between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, his breakfast half-eaten, his crown steady on his brow. He had been expecting this, had been expecting it since the moment Fudge fled the castle 2 days ago with Umbridge whispering in his ear. The ministry could not accept a Goblin King. They could not accept that the treaties were valid, that the wards were goblin work, that a boy of 11 had more legal standing than their entire bureaucratic apparatus. So they had chosen to declare him a criminal rather than acknowledge his legitimacy. He was not surprised. But he was disappointed. A moment, if you please. Hermione Granger rose from the Gryffindor table, her voice carrying across the hall with the clarity of someone who had been waiting for exactly this opportunity. She was holding a thick folder of parchment, and her eyes were bright with the particular fire of righteous academic fury. Under the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill, Article 3, Clause 12, any legal action taken against a recognized goblin sovereign on shared territory must be adjudicated by a mixed council. The ministry does not have the authority to unilaterally arrest the Goblin King on Hogwarts grounds. This warrant is invalid. Crouch's cold eyes flicked to her. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill is not recognized by the current ministry. The signatory was declared incompetent. Yes, I heard that argument yesterday. I have 17 primary sources proving otherwise. I have submitted them to the Wisingamot, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the Daily Prophet. Hermione thrust the folder toward him. You can arrest him, Mr. Crouch. But you will be violating international magical law to do it. And I will ensure that every court in the magical world knows about it. Crouch did not take the folder. You are a child. Children do not dictate law to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I am a researcher, Hermione said. Researchers dictate facts. What you do with them is your responsibility. A low murmur rippled through the hall. Students were exchanging glances, some frightened, some excited, some calculating. The Slytherin table was particularly alert, Draco Malfoy watching with an intensity that bordered on hunger. The iron nail Harry had given him hung on a chain around his neck, visible now that his robes had fallen open. He had not succeeded in crafting one of his own. He had not stopped trying either. Harry stood. The murmuring stopped. "Mr. Crouch," he said, and his voice was calm, almost conversational. "You are a man of law. I respect that. Law is the forge in which civilization is shaped. But law that can be ignored when it is inconvenient is not law. It is theater. And I will not be arrested as part of a performance." He walked around his iron table and approached the Aurors. They tensed, wands rising, but he did not draw his blade. He simply stopped 6 feet from Crouch and looked up at the man with those green eyes that had faced down a basilisk and a dark lord's wraith and a mad goblin's grief. "You have 3 choices," Harry said. "First, you can attempt to arrest me. I will resist under the lawful right of a sovereign to defend his person from illegal detention. The wards of this castle will resist with me. I do not know who would win that fight, but I know that it would be ugly, and public, and the ministry would be seen assaulting an 11-year-old diplomat on shared territory. Your political standing would not recover." Crouch's jaw tightened. "You are threatening, I am describing. Please let me finish." Harry's voice remained perfectly even. "Second, you can withdraw. Return to the ministry. Tell Minister Fudge that the warrant was flawed, that the treaty requires a mixed council, that he needs to find another way. This would be the politically expedient choice. You would lose nothing but a morning. And third? Third, you can convene the trial yourself. Here. Now. In this hall." Harry gestured at the great hall around them. Under the Treaty of 1457, a goblin monarch accused of crimes on shared territory has the right to be judged by a mixed council of wizards and goblins. You are the head of magical law enforcement. You have the authority to impanel such a council. Do it. Let the charges be heard, the evidence presented, and the verdict rendered by law rather than by decree. The hall erupted. Students shouted questions, professors called for order, the ghosts wailed with excitement. Dumbledore raised his hand but did not yet speak, his eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that might have been calculation or might have been pride. Crouch held up the warrant. "You want a trial? You are a child playing king. You do not understand what you are asking. I am asking for the law to be applied equally. If that is childish, then the wizarding world is ruled by children and has been for centuries." Harry turned to address the hall, his voice rising to fill the space. "The ministry says I am a criminal because I claim sovereignty over the goblin nation. Let them prove it. Let them present their evidence and their witnesses. Let them show the magical world what they are so afraid of that they would rather arrest an 11-year-old than negotiate with him." He turned back to Crouch. "Or let them admit that this is not about law at all. That this is about power, and fear, and the desire of small men to crush what they cannot control." The silence was absolute. Crouch's face was unreadable, but his knuckles were white around the scroll. The Aurors behind him had the uncomfortable look of enforcers who had signed up to catch dark wizards and found themselves pointing wands at a boy in a crown. Then Dumbledore spoke. "Bartemius," he said quietly, "the boy is not wrong. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill, whatever its current status in ministry law, has never been formally abrogated. The right of mixed council trial is enshrined in magical tradition if not in active statute. If you arrest him without trial, you will make him a martyr. If you try him and he is acquitted, you will have lost nothing but time. If he is convicted." Dumbledore paused. "If he is convicted, you will have done what the law requires. But you must allow the law to work." Crouch stared at him. "You are siding with him. I am siding with due process. It is a habit I recommend to all government officials. The standoff stretched. Harry did not move. The aurors did not lower their wands. The students watched with breathless attention, breakfast forgotten, the entire hall transfixed by the confrontation between a king and a lawman and the ancient wizard who stood between them. Then Crouch snapped the scroll shut. Very well. A mixed council will be convened. But the council will not be of your choosing, Potter. Under the emergency provisions, the ministry retains the right to appoint the wizard representatives and to oversee the proceedings. I will serve as chief adjudicator. The trial will begin this afternoon. His smile was thin and cold. Let us see how well your treaties hold up under proper legal scrutiny. They will hold, Harry said. That is the thing about iron properly forged. You can strike it as hard as you like. It does not break. The great hall transformed. Within hours, the house tables were pushed against the walls. A raised dais was conjured at the head of the hall where the staff table had been, long and black and severe, with 13 chairs arranged behind it. The enchanted ceiling darkened to a sober gray, the candles burning with a white light that cast no shadows. The ministry had sent a team of courtroom scribes who sat at small desks along the walls, enchanted quills scratching across endless rolls of parchment. The mixed council was empaneled by noon. 7 wizards and 6 goblins, as the treaty specified. The wizard contingent was selected by Crouch, 5 senior ministry officials and 2 members of the Wisendamat whose reputations for impartiality were carefully cultivated. The goblin contingent arrived through the deep roads, emerging from a passage behind the Hogwarts kitchens that had not been used in 300 years. They were led by Ragnarok, the director of Gringotts, whose wrinkled face and ancient eyes gave him the appearance of a creature carved from old wood. The other 5 were goblin elders, forge masters, and law keepers, their silver armor gleaming under their formal robes. Harry sat at a small iron table to the right of the dais. He had refused a chair with arms. Thrones are for kings in their halls, not defendants in a courtroom, and sat instead on a simple stool of goblin iron, his crown steady on his brow, his expression calm. Griphook stood behind him, still dusty from the deep road's journey, his hand resting on his blade. Hermione sat at a smaller table beside Harry's, her folder of research expanded to 3 folders, her quills arranged in precise parallel lines. Ron sat on Harry's other side, looking uncomfortable in formal robes that his mother had sent by express owl, his ears pink but his jaw set. The prosecution table was occupied by a figure that made Ron inhale sharply through his teeth. Lucius Malfoy had arrived at Hogwarts an hour after Crouch, his silver blonde hair flowing over shoulders draped in black velvet, his serpent-headed cane resting against the table's edge. His cold gray eyes swept the hall with the casual assessment of a predator surveying prey. When his gaze passed over Harry, something flickered in it, curiosity, perhaps, or the particular malice of a man who had heard stories and was eager to see if they were true. The ministry has appointed me as special prosecutor for this matter, Lucius announced, rising as the last council members took their seats. Given the unusual nature of the charges and the political sensitivities involved, Minister Fudge felt that an experienced voice was needed. He felt that a Death Eater was needed. You mean, Ron muttered. Harry silenced him with a small gesture. Let him talk. Prosecutors reveal more than they intend when they believe they are winning. Lucius's cold eyes flicked to Harry. The defendant will have his opportunity to speak. For now, I will present the ministry's case. He turned to face the mixed council, his robes sweeping dramatically. Esteemed council members, wizards and goblins alike. We are here to determine whether this child, this 11-year-old boy, is a legitimate head of state or a dangerous pretender whose actions threaten the fragile peace between our peoples. He began to pace, his cane clicking on the stone floor. The facts are not in dispute. Hadrian Potter, also known as Harry Potter, arrived at Hogwarts School 10 days ago wearing a crown and claiming sovereignty over the entire goblin nation. He delivered demands, not requests, demands, that the wizarding world recognize goblin sovereignty, return priceless historical artifacts, and grant the goblins a seat on the International Confederation of Wizards. He paused, letting the words settle. He claims that his crown gives him authority over Hogwarts itself. He claims that treaties signed by a monarch later declared magically incompetent grant him legal standing. He claims that the Goblin nation has the right to ignore ministry law, to seize wizarding property, and to establish what amounts to a separate government within Britain's borders. These are not claims, Harry said calmly. These are treaty obligations that the wizarding world has been violating for centuries. Lucius turned to face him. The defendant will have his turn. Interruptions will be noted as contempt. I am not interrupting. I am correcting the record. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill was ratified by the Waisengemot in 1457 and has never been lawfully abrogated. The declaration of Uric the Oddball's incompetence was posthumous and political. These are facts, not claims. Crouch, seated at the center of the council, raised a hand. The defendant will be permitted to respond to specific charges. Mr. Malfoy, please continue with your opening statement. Lucius inclined his head, his expression flickering with irritation. The ministry's case is straightforward. Hadrian Potter is not a king. He is a wizard child who was abducted by goblins at the age of 5 and raised to believe himself something he is not. The crown he wears is a goblin artifact with no legal standing in wizard law. His claims of sovereignty are a goblin manipulation designed to extract concessions from the wizarding world by using a famous name as a figurehead. Harry began to laugh. It was not a mocking laugh. It was the genuine amusement of someone who had heard something unexpectedly absurd. The council will note the defendant's reaction, Lucius said coldly. The council is welcome to note it. I am laughing because Mr. Malfoy has accidentally told the truth. Harry rose from his stool. I was abducted by goblins at age 5. I was raised in the deep forges. I was trained to rule. But the abduction was not a goblin plot against wizard kind. It was a rescue from wizard neglect. I was living in a cupboard under the stairs at number 4 Privet Drive. I was starving, beaten, and locked in darkness. The goblins who found me did not see a weapon. They saw a child who needed saving. He stepped toward the council, his voice carrying across the silent hall. And now the ministry, which abandoned me to that cupboard, wants to claim that my rescue was a crime. That my rescuers are manipulators. That the crown I earned through years of training and forging and service is a fraud. He shook his head slowly. If the ministry wishes to prosecute someone for my abduction, let them prosecute the people who left a 15-month-old on a doorstep in November. Let them prosecute the headmaster who never checked on my welfare. Let them prosecute the aunt and uncle who locked me in the dark. But do not pretend that the goblins who saved me are the criminals here. The council exchanged glances. Ragnarok, the goblin director, leaned forward with interest. The boy raises a valid point. If his removal from the Dursley household was unlawful, then the original placement was equally subject to scrutiny. Who authorized the child to be left with muggles? Dumbledore rose from his seat in the audience, his face pale. I did. I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle because his mother's sacrifice created a blood protection that required. We know about the blood protection, Griphook interrupted, his voice rough. What we wish to know is why the great Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain, never once visited the child to ensure he was safe. A mirror call. A house elf check. A neighbor paid to report. Any of these would have sufficed. You did none. Dumbledore was silent. Willful ignorance, Harry said quietly. The most common form of negligence. The most common form of cruelty. Crouch banged a gavel on the dais. This is not a trial of Albus Dumbledore. This is a trial of Hadrian Potter. Mr. Malfoy, please continue. Lucius had been watching the exchange with sharp attention. The defendant's tragic childhood, while regrettable, is not relevant to the charges at hand. The question is whether he has the legal right to claim sovereignty over goblins and territory within Britain. I call my first witness. The trial ground on through the afternoon. Lucius called a succession of ministry officials who testified that the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill was void, that Uric the Oddball was legally incompetent, that goblin sovereignty had never been recognized under wizard law. Hermione cross-examined each one with surgical precision, producing documents and counter-testimonies and obscure legal precedents that reduced their certainties to rubble. The goblin members of the council watched with growing approval. The wizard members looked increasingly uncomfortable. Then Lucius called Draco Malfoy. The hall stirred as Draco walked to the witness stand. He was pale, his pointed face set in an expression of careful neutrality. The iron nail still hung at his throat, and his hand went to it briefly before he lowered himself into the chair. "Mr. Malfoy," Lucius said, his voice warming slightly, this was his son, after all. "You have interacted with the defendant on several occasions since his arrival at Hogwarts. Can you describe his behavior?" Draco's eyes met Harry's across the hall. "He acts like a king. He doesn't ask. He tells. He walks into rooms like he owns them. He challenged me to a forging contest and told me that if I won, he'd give up his crown. And how did that make you feel?" "Angry. Humiliated." Draco paused. "Curious." Lucius's expression flickered. "Curious?" "He gave me a goblin-forged nail. He said if I could make one myself, he'd abdicate. I've been trying for a week. I can't do it." Draco's voice was quiet, almost reluctant. "The metal doesn't listen to me the way it listens to him. He's not pretending. Whatever he is, he's real." The admission hung in the air. Lucius's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "I see. And would you say that he is dangerous?" "I would say he is powerful." "That's not the same thing." Draco looked at his father, and for the first time something defiant flickered in his gray eyes. "He hasn't hurt anyone. The people who got hurt were hurt by the Iron Eye and by the thing that was possessing Professor Quirrell. Harry stopped them. He went into the Chamber of Secrets and fought a basilisk and won. The basilisk is a myth. I saw the scars. On the stone. On his shoulder." Draco's hand went to the nail again. "It's not a myth." Lucius stared at his son for a long moment. Then he turned to the council. "The witness appears to have been influenced by the defendant's charisma. No further questions." Hermione rose for cross-examination. "Draco, you said Harry acts like a king. Has he ever asked you to call him, Your Grace, or bow to him?" "No." "Has he demanded any tribute from you or your family?" "No." "Has he threatened you in any way?" Draco was silent for a moment. "He told me things about my family. About our artifacts. About the debt we owe to the goblins. It felt like a threat at the time." He paused. "But he also said that goblins don't blame children for the sins of their parents. And he gave me the nail. He didn't have to give me anything." "The nail," Hermione said. "The goblin-forged nail that he challenged you to replicate. What have you learned from trying?" Draco's hand closed around the iron on its chain. "That it's harder than it looks. That metal has a memory. That singing to iron isn't stupid, it's something else. Something I don't understand yet." He looked at Harry. "He's not a fraud. Whatever else he is, he's not that." "Thank you, Draco." Lucius's face was stone, but something in his eyes had shifted. His own son had testified against him, not against the prosecution, exactly, but against the narrative Lucius was trying to build. The cruelty that the hall had expected to see in Draco had cracked, just slightly, and something else was peeking through. Harry caught Draco's eye as the boy stepped down from the stand. He inclined his head once. Acknowledgement. Respect. Draco's cheeks flushed, and he looked away, but his hand stayed on the nail. Lucius called more witnesses. A ministry curse-breaker who claimed goblin magic was inherently unstable and dangerous. A historian who argued that the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill was a goblin forgery. A representative from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures who classified goblins as beings rather than beasts, but insisted this was a privilege the ministry could revoke at any time. Each testimony was dismantled. Hermione's documents multiplied. The Goblin Council members began asking their own questions, sharp and technical, exposing the gaps in the ministry's evidence. Ragnarok produced a copy of the original treaty, preserved in goblin silver, its runes still glowing with the magic of its signing. The Wizard Council members grew quieter, exchanging glances that spoke of shifting calculations. By the time the afternoon light began to fade through the enchanted ceiling, the trial had become something Lucius had not anticipated, a debate about the fundamental nature of goblin-wizard relations, with Harry's legitimacy as its focal point. And Harry was winning. The attack came at dusk. The first sign was the wards flaring, not the steady amber glow that had burned since Harry claimed the castle, but a jagged pulse of red that ran through the walls like lightning through stone. The torches guttered. The enchanted ceiling flickered from sunset to storm dark in an instant. And then, from somewhere beyond the great hall's walls, came the sound of an explosion. The trial stopped. Council members rose from their seats. Aurors drew wands. Dumbledore was already moving toward the doors. "Report," Crouch demanded. "What is happening?" A house elf appeared with a crack, its large ears flat with terror. "Attack, sir." Hogsmeade. Goblins in silver armor and wizards in black masks. "They're burning the village." Harry was on his feet. "The Iron Eye. They've allied with Death Eater remnants. This was their backup plan. If the chamber assault failed, they would attack the village and frame us for it." "How do we know it's not your people?" Lucius demanded. "This could be the goblin uprising we warned about. It could be. Or it could be the very thing I have been trying to prevent. Either way, standing here arguing while a village burns serves no one." Harry turned to Crouch. "Suspend the trial. Let me take my people to defend the village. If I am guilty, you can add failing to protect innocence to the charges. If I am innocent, I will prove it by my actions." Crouch hesitated. The Aurors looked to him for orders. The council members waited. "If you keep me here while Hogsmeade falls," Harry said, his voice dropping to something cold and sharp, "I will ensure that every court in the magical world knows that the ministry prioritized politics over lives. And I will ensure that the Goblin nation remembers who stood in our way while children burned." Dumbledore spoke. "Let him go, Bartemius. I will provide testimony to the council that he acted with my authorization. If there are consequences, they will fall on me." Crouch's jaw worked. Then he nodded, once, sharply. "Go. Auror Squad 3 will accompany you. The trial will resume when the crisis is resolved." Harry did not wait. He was already moving toward the doors, Griphook at his side, Ron and Hermione falling in behind him. At the entrance hall, a knot of students had gathered, older ones, mostly, their wands drawn, their faces frightened but determined. "Anyone who can fight and wants to," Harry said, not breaking stride, "follow me. Anyone who cannot, barricade the doors and protect the younger students. The Iron Eye wants chaos. We will give them order." Ron's brothers Fred and George appeared from the crowd, their faces uncharacteristically serious. "We've got the third-floor corridor rigged with defensive pranks," Fred said. "Nothing lethal, but it'll slow down anyone who tries to get in." "Crabbe and Goyle are rounding up the Slytherins who want to fight," Ron said, and then at Harry's surprised look, added, "Draco's doing. He said his father was wrong. About a lot of things." Harry filed that away for later. The doors burst open, and they ran into the twilight. Hogsmeade was burning. The attack had been coordinated. Iron Eye goblins in black silver armor had struck the village's northern edge, setting fire to the shrieking shack and the surrounding buildings. Simultaneously, a force of masked wizards, Death Eaters, or those who wished to be seen as Death Eaters, had operated into the village square and begun indiscriminately cursing anyone who fled the flames. The villagers were fighting back, shopkeepers and barkeeps casting defensive spells from doorways, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. Harry assessed the battlefield in a single sweep of his gaze. Grip Hook, take half our forces and flank the goblins from the east. Cut off their retreat to the mountains. Hermione, coordinate with the villagers, get the wounded to safety and organize a defensive perimeter. Ron, you're with me. We're going after the Death Eaters. The Death Eaters? Ron's voice cracked. We're 11. We're trained. They're expecting ministry orders. They'll underestimate us. That's the advantage. Harry drew his blade, the goblin silver singing faintly in the firelight. Stay close. Follow my lead. And don't aim to kill. Prisoners are more valuable than corpses. They moved through the burning streets, smoke thick enough to taste, the screams of villagers and the crash of collapsing buildings filling the air. Ron cast shield charms with a precision that surprised even himself, the practice sessions in the Goblin Culture Club translating into combat reflexes. Harry's blade wove patterns of silver light, deflecting curses and driving back masked figures who had not expected to face a goblin-forged sword wielded by a boy in a crown. The Death Eaters were not the hardened inner circle of Voldemort's first reign. They were remnants, opportunists, the desperate and the cruel who had seen a chance to reclaim lost glory. Their masks were mismatched, their curses sloppy, their coordination poor. But they were still dark wizards, and they were still dangerous. Harry cornered the first one in the doorway of Honeydukes, the sweet shop's windows shattered, chocolate frogs hopping through the wreckage. The masked wizard flung a cruciatus that Harry sidestepped, closing the distance in 3 quick steps. His blade caught the man's wand hand, not cutting but striking, and the wand clattered to the cobblestones. Who sent you? Harry demanded. Who is leading the attack? The masked wizard laughed, high and wild. The Dark Lord. The true Dark Lord. He's coming for you, Potter. He's coming for all of you. Voldemort is a wraith. He has no body. He has no army. He is using you as distractions while he flees. He has a body. The wizard's laugh became a shriek. Silver and shadow and the blood of goblin smiths. He walks again. He walks, and he is coming, and you will all. Harry struck him with the flat of his blade, and the man crumpled into unconsciousness. Silver and shadow, goblin blood. Voldemort must have found another vessel among the Iron Eye, a body forged from the same dark craft that had created Mournblade. The Iron Eye's artifact thefts had served not just to gather soul vessels but to construct a physical form for their ally. Ron, Harry said, send word to the castle. Voldemort has a body. Something goblin forged. The attack on the village is a diversion, he's going after the school. Ron's face went pale. The students, Dumbledore is there. The wards are active. They're not defenseless. But we need to finish this quickly and get back. He raised his blade and moved deeper into the burning village. The battle for Hogsmeade lasted 2 hours. Harry's forces, goblins and students and the Horror Squad Crouch had assigned, fought street by street and building by building. Griphook's flanking maneuver cut off the Iron Eye's retreat, trapping the goblin attackers between the village defenders and the mountains. Hermione's defensive perimeter saved dozens of villagers, her spells woven with a precision that drew grudging admiration from the Aurors who fought beside her. And Ron Weasley, who had never been in a real battle, who had grown up hearing that goblins were greedy and untrustworthy, fought shoulder to shoulder with goblin warriors. He saved a goblin's life with a well-timed stunner, and a goblin saved his with a parry that turned a killing curse into the burning wall of a shop. By the time the last Death Eater fell and the last Iron Eye warrior surrendered, Ron had 3 cuts on his face and a goblin-forged dagger pressed into his hand by a warrior who grunted, "Worthy," before collapsing from his wounds. The village was scarred but not destroyed. The fire was contained. The attackers were captured or fled. And Harry stood in the center of the smoking square, his crown glowing through the haze, his blade still drawn, his green eyes scanning the darkness for the next threat. "The school," he said. "We need to get back to the school." They returned to Hogwarts through the secret passage that connected the Hog's Head into the Room of Requirement. Aberforth Dumbledore, the innkeeper and Albus's estranged brother, had opened the passage without question, his gruff demeanor cracking when he saw the smoke-stained children and the wounded goblins. "Go," was all he said. "I'll hold the door." The castle was standing. The wards were blazing with defensive magic, and the great hall had been transformed into a triage center. Madame Pomfrey and a team of healer volunteers worked among rows of makeshift beds, tending to students who had been injured in a breach at the perimeter. The breach had been sealed, Dumbledore reported, his face haggard, his robes singed at the edges. Voldemort's new body got through the outer wards. He had goblin silver in its construction, the wards recognized it as friendly. "We drove him back, but not before." "Not before what?" Harry demanded. "Not before he reached the 3rd floor. The Philosopher's Stone is gone." The words fell like hammer-strokes. Harry stood motionless, the weight of the night pressing down on him. They had won the battle in the village. They had captured Iron Eye warriors and Death Eater remnants. But Voldemort had the stone. The artifact that could restore him to full life, that could make him immortal, that could fuel a war that would consume both the wizarding world and the Underrealm. "He has the stone," Hermione said, her voice small. "We failed." "We didn't fail. We were outmaneuvered. There is a difference." Harry's voice was tight but controlled. "The attack on Hogsmeade was a feint. We knew it was a diversion. We chose to defend the village anyway because letting innocents die to protect a stone would have made us no better than him. That was not failure. That was the cost of being decent. But the stone is an artifact. Artifacts can be recovered. Lives cannot." Harry turned to face the gathered defenders, students and goblins and aurors and villagers, all of them smoke-stained and exhausted and waiting for him to speak. "Tonight we fought together. Wizard and goblin, side by side. We saved a village. We captured enemies who would have burned everything we hold dear. That is not failure. That is the beginning of something new." He raised his voice, letting it ring across the hall. "Voldemort has the stone, but he does not have victory. He has a body of goblin silver, but silver can be unmade. He has followers, but followers can be turned. He has fear, but fear can be faced. What he does not have, what he has never had, is the ability to inspire the kind of loyalty that makes people fight for each other rather than for themselves." He turned to the council members who had followed them back from the trial. "The charges against me are still pending. I accept that. But I ask the council to consider what they witnessed tonight. Goblins fought to save a wizard village. Wizard students fought alongside goblin warriors. A Malfoy organized Slytherin defenders. A Weasley saved goblin lives. The world is changing, whether the ministry acknowledges it or not. The question is whether the law will change with it." Ragnarok rose from where he had been tending to a wounded goblin elder. His ancient eyes met Harry's, and something passed between them, an understanding, a recognition. "The goblin members of this council have seen enough," Ragnarok said. "We find the Treaty of the Hammer and Quill to be valid. We find the Goblin King to be legitimate. We find the Ministry's charges to be an attempt to avoid treaty obligations through legal maneuvering." He looked at the wizard members of the council. "The question is whether our wizard colleagues have the courage to do the same." A long pause. Then one of the wizard council members, an elderly woman with silver hair and a monocle, rose to her feet. "I have served on the Wizengamot for 40 years. I have voted to uphold the statute of secrecy more times than I can count. But tonight I watched an 11-year-old boy lead a defense of a village that was not his own, at risk of his own life, while the ministry was paralyzed by procedure. She removed her monocle and polished it. If that is not sovereignty, I do not know what is. I vote to acquit. One by one, the other Wizard Council members added their voices. The vote was not unanimous, 2 voted to convict, citing the danger of setting a precedent that could fragment magical Britain. But the majority held. Barty Crouch's face was a mask of controlled fury. The council has voted. Hadrian Potter, called Harry Potter, you are acquitted of all charges. The ministry does not recognize this verdict as binding, but... He paused, and something in his rigid posture softened, just slightly. But perhaps it should. I will convey the council's findings to Minister Fudge. What he does with them is his decision. What he will do is the same thing he always does, Lucius Malfoy said, stepping forward. He had been silent since the battle ended, watching the proceedings with an expression that was impossible to read. He will dither and delay and hope the problem goes away. But the problem will not go away. The Dark Lord has returned. He has the Philosopher's Stone. He has a body forged from goblin craft. The world is at war whether the ministry admits it or not. And whose side will you be on, Lucius? Dumbledore asked quietly. Lucius was silent for a long moment. His eyes went to Draco, who was standing with the other Slytherin defenders, the iron nail still glinting at his throat. I have spent my life serving power, Lucius said. First the Dark Lords, then the ministries. I told myself it was for my family, for our position, for the preservation of our world. But my son fought tonight while I prosecuted a child. My son chose a side. He looked at Draco again. Perhaps I should learn from him. It was not quite a declaration of allegiance. It was not an apology. But it was something, a crack in the armor of a man who had built his life on the belief that blood and power were all that mattered. Harry met Lucius's eyes. The Malfoy family debt to the Goblin nation remains. The artifacts in your vaults still belong to my people. But debts can be repaid in ways other than gold. If you want to serve power, Lucius Malfoy, serve the power that defends rather than destroys. There is still time to choose. Lucius did not answer. But he did not refuse either. The night wore on toward dawn. The wounded were treated. The prisoners were secured. The fires in Hogsmeade were finally extinguished. Harry convened a war council in the room of requirement, the iron forge crackling behind him, his crown burning steady on his brow. Gathered around the table were Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Griphook, Ragnarok, Hermione, Ron, Neville Longbottom, and, to everyone's surprise, Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin boy had come at Harry's invitation, his expression guarded but curious. Voldemort has the stone, Harry said. He has a body. He has whatever iron eye remnants we did not capture tonight. He will go to ground, gather strength, and rebuild his forces. We have perhaps a year before he is ready to strike openly. Maybe less. The stone can sustain his new body indefinitely, Dumbledore said. It will not give him true immortality, the elixir of life only extends life, it does not prevent death by violence. But it will make him difficult to kill. The Horcruxes, Hermione said. The artifacts the iron I was stealing. The cup, the locket, the diadem. The wraith in Harry's crown confirmed that Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes. We need to find them and destroy them before we can truly kill him. There is also the wraith in my crown, Harry said. A fragment of his soul, bound into goblin iron. It has been, changing. Watching. Learning. I do not know if it can be redeemed, but it is a resource. It knows Voldemort's mind because it was Voldemort's mind. You're talking about using a piece of the Dark Lord's soul as an intelligence asset, Snape said, his voice silky with something between horror and fascination. That is either the most brilliant or the most dangerous idea I have ever heard. Both, probably. Harry looked around the table. We are not going to win this war by being more powerful than Voldemort. He has decades of dark magic, a body forged from goblin silver, the Philosopher's Stone, and a network of allies who fear him. We win by being smarter, by having better intelligence, and by building the alliances he cannot. The Goblin Nation stands with you, Ragnarok said. The Council of Elders has been informed of tonight's events. There will be resistance, there are always those who fear change, but the Iron Eye's defeat has weakened the isolationist faction. Your crown is recognized. The student body stands with you, Hermione said. I've talked to people. Even some of the Slytherins. After tonight, after watching you fight for Hogsmeade, they're starting to believe. We need more than belief, Harry said. We need a strategy. He turned to Dumbledore. You were building an Order of the Phoenix during the last war. A network of fighters and spies. Rebuild it. But this time, include goblins. Include werewolves and centaurs and house elves and anyone else who has been excluded from wizarding protection. Voldemort recruits from fear and prejudice. We recruit from hope and inclusion. We offer what he cannot. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And what of the Ministry? Fudge will not accept your acquittal. He will continue to obstruct. Let him. The Ministry is a political entity. Politics follows power. When we prove that we can protect people better than the Ministry can, the people will follow us instead. Fudge can rant about goblin conspiracies while we build a coalition that makes his government irrelevant. That could take years. Then we start now. Harry rose from the table. Tonight, we rest. Tomorrow, we begin. The hunt for the Horcruxes. The rebuilding of the Order. The training of anyone who wants to fight. This war will not be won in a single battle. It will be won by outlasting him, outthinking him, and outloving him. Voldemort does not understand love. He never has. That is his weakness. It is also our greatest weapon. The council dispersed. Hermione and Ron lingered, their faces etched with exhaustion but also with something else, the particular exhilaration of having survived the impossible and found themselves equal to it. So we're really doing this, Ron said. We're really going to fight a Dark Lord. At 11. We're going to prepare to fight a Dark Lord, Harry corrected. The fighting itself may take years. But yes. We are committed now. Good, Hermione said firmly. I've already started a research list. Known Horcrux detection methods. Historical goblin silver counter curses. The basilisk's venom as a destructive agent. There's so much to learn. Harry smiled, a real smile, the first one that had reached his eyes since the trial began. I expected nothing less. Get some sleep. Both of you. Tomorrow we start the work. They left, Ron's hand finding Hermione's as they walked through the door, a gesture of comfort that neither of them seemed to notice. Harry watched them go, then turned to Griphook. The Iron Eye prisoners, he said. Gornek. What happens to them? That is for you to decide, Your Grace. You are the king. I am 11 years old. I should not be deciding anyone's fate. Harry removed his crown and held it in his hands, watching the fire gem pulse. But I have learned that age is not the same thing as wisdom. Some of the oldest goblins on the council are the most foolish. Some of the youngest students in this school are the bravest. He looked up at Griphook. Gornek will be given a choice, the same choice I gave Draco. Redemption through service, or exile through imprisonment. His knowledge of the Iron Eye is too valuable to waste. But he must choose to share it freely. And if he refuses? Then he will be held until the war is over, and then he will face the council's judgment. I will not execute him. I am not him. Griphook nodded slowly. You are a strange king, Hadrian. Merciful where others would be vengeful. Strategic where others would be emotional. You are not what I expected when I first saw you in that cupboard, small and frightened and half-starved. What did you expect? Someone broken. Someone who would need to be rebuilt from nothing. Griphook's voice was rough. Instead, you were already whole. Hurt, yes. Angry, yes. But whole. The Dursleys could not break you. The dark could not break you. The weight of a crown and a prophecy and a war could not break you. He placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. You are my king. But you are also my son. In every way that matters. Harry's throat tightened. I know, he said. I have always known. Somewhere outside the castle walls, a wraith in a silver body fled through the darkness, clutching the philosopher's stone to a chest that did not beat. Somewhere in the ministry, politicians drafted statements denying everything that had happened. Somewhere in the deep forges, goblins argued about the future of their nation. And somewhere between Gryffindor Tower and the star-scattered sky, Hermione Granger was already writing, her quill moving across parchment by the light of a single candle. She was documenting not just the battle but the treaty, not just the trial but the transformation. She was writing a book that would change the way the magical world understood itself. She did not know that yet. She only knew that the truth mattered, and she was going to make sure it survived. In the room of requirement, Harry sat alone before the forge. His crown rested on the anvil, the fire gem pulsing steadily, the wraith within it silent and contemplative. He picked up a piece of iron and began to work, not because he needed a tool but because the rhythm of the hammer soothed him. Each strike was a choice. Each choice shaped the future. The night was long. But morning would come. And when it did, the Goblin King would be ready. Chapter 5, The King's warning. Winter had broken over Hogwarts with a fury that seemed personal. The enchanted ceiling of the great hall showed skies of iron grey, snow falling in sheets that buried the grounds to the windowsills. The forbidden forest was a white wilderness, its trees groaning under the weight of ice. Even the lake had frozen, its surface thick enough that Hagrid had been seen walking across it to visit the giant squid, which had retreated to the deepest waters and was, according to the groundskeeper, in a right sulk about the cold. But the cold outside was nothing compared to the cold within. It had been 9 months since the Battle of Hogsmeade. 9 months since Voldemort had claimed the Philosopher's Stone and fled into the darkness with a body of goblin-forged silver. 9 months of waiting, of preparing, of feeling the war build like pressure behind a dam. The wizarding world had not believed at first. The Daily Prophet had dismissed the battle as mass hysteria triggered by goblin agitators, and Minister Fudge had given 3 separate press conferences denying the Dark Lord's return. But then the attacks began. A ministry courier vanished on the road to Hogsmeade. A family of half-bloods was found dead in their home, the dark mark floating above the roof. A goblin patrol in the deep roads was ambushed and slaughtered, their bodies arranged in the iron eye sigil. The attacks were small, scattered, designed to inspire fear rather than inflict strategic damage. But they were unmistakable. Voldemort was back. And he was hunting. The War Council met every week in the Room of Requirement. The chamber had expanded to accommodate the growing alliance, its walls lined with maps and intelligence reports, its forge burning constantly as Harry worked between strategy sessions. Tonight's meeting was larger than usual. Dumbledore had returned from a diplomatic mission to the centaur herds with news. Griphook had emerged from the deep roads with reports of goblin movements. And Snape, whose network of informants among the Dark Lord's followers had proven invaluable, had requested an emergency session. Harry stood at the head of the iron table, his crown steady on his brow. He was 12 now, taller than he had been at the start of term, his shoulders broader from months of forge work and combat training. The scar on his forehead had not faded, but it no longer defined him, it was simply one mark among many, next to the forge burns on his forearms and the basilisk wound on his shoulder and the new lines of tension around his eyes that came from leading a war at an age when most children were worried about homework. The situation is escalating, Snape said, his voice flat and precise. The Dark Lord has established a base in the mountains of Albania, near the old fortress where he hid during his years of exile. He has gathered approximately 40 followers, former Death Eaters who evaded Azkaban, Iron Eye remnants, and a contingent of werewolves under Fenrir Greyback. They are not yet strong enough for open war, but they are growing bolder. Last week they raided a goblin silver shipment bound for Gringotts and killed all 6 guards. The silver will be used to reinforce his body, Griphook said. The goblin-forged form is not stable. It requires periodic infusions of silver that has been sung with the forging song. Without it, the body will degrade. He is stealing our metal to sustain himself. Then we cut off his supply. Station guards on every goblin silver shipment, triple the usual complement. And we start tracking the thefts to find his supply lines. Harry traced a finger across the map of Albania. What of the Horcruxes? Hermione. Hermione's research had consumed her for 9 months. She had compiled a library of obscure texts on soul magic, cross-referenced goblin records with wizard histories, and developed a detection method that could identify objects saturated with dark energy. She looked up from her notes, her eyes shadowed from too many late nights but bright with the particular fire of discovery. I've confirmed the identities of 3 Horcruxes with high probability. Tom Riddle's diary, which he made during his 5th year at Hogwarts, that one is likely destroyed already, based on an incident at the school 50 years ago that matches the pattern of a Horcrux's destruction. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, which was stolen from Goblin Holdings by the Iron Eye. And Salazar Slytherin's locket, which was also stolen by the Iron Eye and has not been recovered. She paused. There may be more. The wraith in your crown has been helpful. It confirms that Voldemort intended to create 6 Horcruxes, splitting his soul into 7 pieces. The diary, the cup, the locket, and 3 others. The wraith in my crown is the fragment that was never supposed to exist, Harry said. It was torn loose when the killing curse rebounded. The Iron Eye bound it, but it was never a true Horcrux, it was accidental, unmoored. That is why it has been able to change, to learn. It is not anchored to a physical object with the same dark rituals. It was simply captured. He touched the crown. It has become something Voldemort never intended. A conscience. A witness. A traitor to its own original self. I prefer reformed, the wraith whispered, its voice a dry thread in Harry's mind. Or perhaps enlightened. 6 years of watching you be insufferably noble has had an effect. Harry ignored it. The question is where the remaining Horcruxes are hidden. The diary we believe is destroyed. The cup and locket are with Voldemort or his allies. That leaves 3 unaccounted for. We need to find them before we can move against him directly. I may have a lead, Dumbledore said. He had been quiet through most of the meeting, his half-moon spectacles catching the forge light, his expression troubled. Now he rose and moved to the map, his long fingers tracing a line across southern England. The cave where Tom Riddle once terrorized his orphanage companions. The Gaunt family shack near Little Hangleton. And a location I have been unable to identify, a place significant to Voldemort's conception of his own heritage. I believe one of these sites may hold the Horcrux he made from Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The diadem was also stolen by the Iron Eye, Griphook said. We tracked it as far as the Hogwarts grounds, but the trail vanished. The Iron Eye agent who was working inside the castle must have hidden it somewhere. The agent we never identified, Ron said. He had been silent until now, seated at Hermione's side, his hand resting on the goblin-forged dagger that had become his constant companion. The goblin who was passing information to Quirrell, who planted the cursed silver, who was listening through Draco's nail. We never found them. We found traces, Snape said. Footprints that led to the room of requirement and then vanished. Runes that suggested deep forge magic. But the agent themselves eluded us. Either they fled with Voldemort, or they are still in the castle, hiding in some form we cannot detect. The silence that followed was heavy. The idea that a traitor was still among them, still watching, still feeding information to the Dark Lord, had haunted the war council for months. They had tightened security, screened every inhabitant of the castle, run detection spells that could identify goblin magic. Nothing. The agent was either gone or so deeply hidden that even the castle's wards could not find them. There is another possibility, Harry said slowly. The castle's wards are goblin work. The goblin builders who raised Hogwarts included protocols that I am still discovering, protocols bound to the crown, to the forged songs, to the deep roads. What if the Iron Eye agent is using one of these protocols? A loophole in the wards that allows someone with sufficient knowledge to move undetected? Such a loophole would require intimate knowledge of the castle's original construction, Griphook said. Knowledge that was lost when the goblin smiths who built Hogwarts died and their records were sealed in the deep forges. The records were sealed. They were not destroyed. Harry turned to Ragnarok, who had been observing the meeting with the stillness of ancient stone. Director Ragnarok. When the Iron Eye infiltrated the Council of Elders, they gained access to the sealed archives. Is it possible they found something, a schematic, a builder's journal, a hidden passage, that would allow an agent to exploit the castle's original design? Ragnarok's eyes, dark and deep as mine shafts, were unreadable. It is possible. The sealed archives contain the complete records of Hogwarts construction. Every stone laid, every ward woven, every secret passage built. If the Iron Eye had access to those records, then they could be anywhere, Ron said. They could be walking through walls. They could be under the floor. They could be, the door to the room of requirement crashed open. Neville Longbottom stood in the doorway, his face white, his wand hand shaking, his robes torn and smoking at the edges. Attack, he gasped. The greenhouses. They're coming through the greenhouses. The assault had begun. Later, Harry would learn the full scope of what Voldemort had planned. It was not a single attack but a coordinated strike on 3 fronts, designed to divide their forces and overwhelm their defenses. A Death Eater squad had operated into the greenhouses, using the magical resonance of the rare plants to mask their arrival from the wards. Simultaneously, a force of Iron Eye goblins had emerged from the deep roads beneath Hogsmeade, cutting off the village from reinforcement. And a third force, the largest, led by Voldemort himself in his silver body, had breached the outer wards of Hogwarts through a weakness that had been hidden since the castle's construction, a maintenance passage used by the House Elves, its existence recorded only in the sealed goblin archives. The greenhouses fell first. Professor Sprout fought like a lioness, her herbology knowledge transformed into weaponry as Devil's Snare and Venomous Tentacula turned on the invaders. But the Death Eaters had been briefed on the greenhouses' defenses. They came with fire and dark curses, burning through the plants that tried to hold them, overwhelming the defenders with numbers and surprise. Neville had escaped only because a venomous tentacula had wrapped itself around him and hurled him through a window, sacrificing itself to save him. By the time Harry reached the entrance hall, the school was in chaos. Students were running in all directions, some toward the fight, most away from it. The prefects were trying to organize evacuation routes, their voices lost in the din. Professors were sprinting to their assigned defensive positions, their faces grim. And the wards, the ancient goblin wards that Harry had claimed in his first week at Hogwarts, were screaming with the strain of simultaneous attacks from 3 directions. Dumbledore! Harry shouted, and the headmaster appeared at his side, his purple robes already singed, his wand blazing with white light. The greenhouses have fallen. Sprout is wounded but alive. The Death Eaters are pushing toward the main castle. Voldemort? Not yet sighted. But the attack on the outer wards, the force that breached through the House Elf passage, has the highest concentration of dark magic. I believe that is his vector. Then that's where I'm going. Harry drew his blade, the goblin silver singing in the torchlight. Griphook, you have command of the goblin forces. Hold the entrance hall. Ron, Hermione, with me. They ran through corridors that were already becoming a battlefield. Curses flew through the air, ricocheting off stone walls. House elves appeared and vanished, dragging wounded students to safety. The portraits were shouting directions and warnings, their painted faces contorted with fear. And the wards were changing. The amber glow that had burned steady for 9 months was flickering, pulsing with a dark light at the edges, as though something was trying to corrupt them from within. The agent, Hermione gasped as they ran. The Iron Eye agent's still in the castle. They're attacking the wards from inside. Then we find them and we stop them. But first, Voldemort. Harry rounded a corner and came face to face with a Death Eater. The man was masked, his wand raised, a cruciatus already forming on his lips. Harry did not slow. His blade described a precise arc, catching the wand and sending it spinning into the darkness. The Death Eater stumbled back, reaching for a second wand, but Ron's stunner hit him square in the chest and he crumpled. Where are they all coming from? Ron demanded. The House Elf passages. They knew about them. The sealed archives. Harry stepped over the unconscious Death Eater and kept moving. We need to seal those passages. Hermione, can you reach the kitchens? Through the fighting? You're the only one who knows the House Elf protocols well enough to explain what's happening. Tell them to seal every passage that connects to the outside. Collapse them if necessary. The school can repair the damage later. Hermione hesitated for only a heartbeat. Be careful. She turned and ran, her wand lighting the way. Ron watched her go, his jaw tight. If anything happens to her, nothing will happen to her. She is the most prepared person in this castle. Now focus. We have a Dark Lord to face. They found Voldemort in the Transfiguration courtyard. The battle had spilled out of the castle and into the open space between the main building and the greenhouses. The snow was red with blood and black with ash from burning plants. Goblins and wizards fought side by side against a tide of masked Death Eaters and Iron Eye warriors. McGonagall was dueling 3 opponents at once, her transfiguration magic turning snow into stone and stone into shields. Snape was a shadow among shadows, his curses precise and lethal, his face utterly devoid of emotion. And in the center of the courtyard, standing on a heap of rubble that had once been a fountain, was Voldemort. The Dark Lord's new body was a horror and a marvel. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its proportions wrong in ways that made the eyes slide away. The goblin silver that formed its frame was visible beneath translucent skin, not skin, exactly, but a membrane of solidified magic that gave the silver a living sheen. Its face was Voldemort's face, or what Voldemort's face had become during his years of transformation, serpentine, noseless, with eyes that burned red in their sockets. Its hands were long and delicate, the fingers too long by half, and in its right hand it held a wand of pale wood that gleamed with the sickly green light of dark magic. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, and his voice was high and cold and carried across the battlefield like a blade through silk. The boy who lived. The Goblin King. The child who has been such a persistent thorn in my plans. Harry stepped into the courtyard. The fighting around them seemed to pause, combatants on both sides drawing back to watch the confrontation. The snow fell more slowly, the wind dying, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Tom Riddle, Harry replied, and the name made Voldemort's red eyes flicker. You have a body now. I see the Iron Eye's craftsmanship. It is impressive work. Flawed, though. The silver is degrading even as you stand there. You will need more. And more. And more. You have made yourself a parasite on goblin craft, dependent on stolen metal for your continued existence. That is not immortality. That is desperation. You speak of desperation while your castle burns around you. Your wards are failing. Hogsmeade is overrun. The deep roads are under assault as we speak. My Iron Eye allies have launched a simultaneous strike against the Underrealm itself. By morning, your precious goblin nation will be in flames, your crown will be melted to slag, and you will be dead at my feet. Bold claims from a man whose soul is scattered across half a dozen trinkets. Harry raised his blade. You have never understood what a crown actually is, Riddle. It is not a symbol of dominance. It is a symbol of service. The goblins who forged mine taught me that power is not taken, it is given. Freely. By people who choose to follow because they believe in something greater than themselves. You have never inspired belief. You have only inspired fear. And fear is a brittle thing. It breaks. Voldemort smiled. It was a terrible expression on that serpentine face. Shall we test your philosophy against my power? Let us see how many of your followers stand with you when you are screaming under my cruciatus. He raised his wand. Harry raised his blade. And the battle for Hogwarts began in earnest. The duel that followed was unlike anything the courtyard had ever witnessed. Voldemort's magic was immense, decades of dark art study channeled through a body forged from goblin silver, amplified by the philosopher's stone that was embedded in the center of the silver frame. He did not cast spells so much as unleash forces, torrents of dark energy that shattered stone and twisted air and made the snow boil into steam. Harry did not try to match him. He had learned from Griphook, from the forging songs, from the wraith in his crown, that power applied directly against a stronger force was wasted. Water cuts stone not by being harder but by being persistent. The forge shapes iron not by overpowering it but by understanding where it will bend and where it will break. He dodged. He deflected. He used the goblin silver of his blade to ground the dark curses, the metal singing with each impact. He moved through the rubble of the courtyard with the fluid precision of someone who had trained for this since the age of 5, each step calculated, each parry an economy of motion. You cannot win by running, Voldemort hissed, unleashing a killing curse that Harry sidestepped by inches. The green light struck a statue behind him, blasting it to rubble. I am not running. I am waiting. Harry ducked behind a shattered pillar. You are burning through your body's reserves with every spell you cast. The silver is degrading faster than you realize. How long can you sustain this level of power before you need to retreat and feed again? Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Long enough to kill you. Perhaps. But then what? You kill me, and the crown passes to Griphook. You kill him, and it passes to Ragnarok. You kill every goblin elder, and the nation still stands because goblins do not need a king to exist. We existed before the crown. We will exist after. All you will have done is proven that you can destroy. And destruction is the easiest thing in the world. Building is harder. He stepped out from behind the pillar. I am not here to destroy you, Tom. I am here to offer you a choice. Voldemort laughed, high and cold. A choice? You think I would accept anything from you? I think you have been running from death for so long that you have forgotten what living actually feels like. I think you have split your soul into so many pieces that there is nothing left of the man you were. I think you are tired, and lonely, and terrified, and you have built a monument of cruelty around yourself to hide those feelings from the world and from yourself. Harry lowered his blade. I think you do not actually want to kill me. You want to be seen. You want to be understood. You want someone to acknowledge that the boy in the orphanage mattered, that his pain was real, that the world he built was a response to a world that rejected him. The words hung in the air. Voldemort's face contorted through a series of expressions, rage, disbelief, something that might have been pain. The fighting around them had stopped entirely now, both sides frozen, watching the king and the Dark Lord face each other across the snow. You know nothing of my pain, Voldemort whispered. I know what the wraith in my crown has told me. I know that you were abandoned. That you were different and you did not know why. That you discovered you had power and used it to hurt the people who had hurt you, because that was the only model you had. I know that Dumbledore came to your orphanage with fire and authority and never once offered you the kindness that might have changed your path. Harry's voice was quiet but it carried. I know what it is to be locked in darkness. I know what it is to be told you are nothing. The difference between us is not that my pain was less. It is that someone came for me. The goblins came for me. They gave me a hammer instead of a wand, a forge instead of a cupboard, a crown instead of a prophecy. He stepped forward, and Voldemort did not attack. The Dark Lord was staring at him, the red eyes burning, the silver body trembling with something that was not quite physical. I am offering you the same thing, Harry said. Not forgiveness, I cannot forgive the things you have done. Not absolution, the dead will still be dead. But a different end than the one you are racing toward. Surrender the stone. Release your hold on the Horcruxes. Face judgment for your crimes, but face it as a whole soul, not a shattered one. Let the wraith in my crown be reunited with the rest of you. Let yourself be healed. Healed. Voldemort's voice cracked. You think I can be healed? I think you can be whole. That is not the same thing as healed. Wholeness means accepting what you have done. It means feeling the weight of every murder, every torture, every moment of cruelty. It means living with what you are. It is harder than dying. It is harder than running. But it is the only path that leads anywhere other than the abyss you are currently staring into. For a long moment, Voldemort was silent. The snow fell around him, settling on his silver shoulders, melting against the unnatural heat of his body. The Death Eaters and Iron Eye warriors watched their master with expressions of confusion and growing unease. The defenders of Hogwarts held their breath. Then Voldemort's face twisted into a mask of pure, incandescent rage. You dare, he whispered. You dare offer me mercy. You, a child, a half-blood raised by creatures, a king of nothing. I am Lord Voldemort. I have walked farther down the path of immortality than any wizard in history. I have conquered death itself. And you offer me healing like I am some mewling patient in a hospital ward? The silver body blazed with dark light. The philosopher's stone embedded in its chest pulsed with crimson energy. I will show you what I think of your mercy. He raised his wand and unleashed not a curse but a wave of pure force that blasted Harry off his feet, sending him crashing through the rubble of the fountain. His blade skittered away across the stones. His crown was knocked from his head, rolling to a stop in the blood-stained snow. Voldemort advanced, his silver frame radiating power, his red eyes fixed on the fallen king. You spoke of my Horcruxes. You think destroying them will destroy me. But you have forgotten, Harry Potter, that you carry a piece of my soul yourself. The wraith in your crown is me. And I can command it. He raised his hand, and Harry felt the crown respond. The fire gem blazed, and the wraith's voice screamed inside his skull, not words but pure agony, twisting and howling as Voldemort's will seized it. I cannot, he is, forcing me, the wraith's voice fractured, the rationality it had developed over 6 years shattering under the assault of its original self. Run, you must, run, I am not running. Harry pushed himself to his feet. Without his blade, without his crown, he faced the Dark Lord with nothing but his hands and his voice. You want the wraith? Take it. I do not need it. Everything it taught me, I have already learned. Everything it was, I have already forgiven. It is not my weakness, Tom. It is my proof that even the darkest part of you can change. He began to sing. The forging song was the first one Griphook had taught him, the most basic and the most powerful. It was the song that awakened iron, the song that convinced metal to become more than it was. Harry had sung it 1,000 times in the deep forges, shaping nails and blades and the small, unremarkable objects of goblin craft. But he had never sung it to dark magic before. He had never sung it to a soul. The courtyard vibrated with the deep resonance of his voice. The goblin silver in Voldemort's body began to hum in response, recognizing the song, responding to its call. The Dark Lord's expression flickered from rage to confusion to something that might have been fear. What are you doing? Voldemort demanded. Stop. Stop that sound. Harry did not stop. He walked forward, still singing, and the silver body before him began to warp. The membrane of solidified magic that gave Voldemort his shape rippled like water, and beneath it the silver framework was softening, shifting, forgetting the form it had been forced to hold. The Philosopher's Stone pulsed frantically, trying to stabilize the body, but the forging song was older than the stone, older than the Horcruxes, older than the magic Voldemort had twisted to his purposes. "Your body is goblin work," Harry said, pausing in his song. "Goblin work answers to goblin song. The iron I forged you a vessel without telling you the truth. Every forged thing carries the maker's voice. And every forged thing can be unmade." He reached out and touched the silver chest. The metal was hot, burning hot, but Harry's hands were a smith's hands, calloused and scarred and accustomed to heat. He found the seam where the Philosopher's Stone was embedded and pressed. The silver yielded. "Gornick Ironbite forged this body," Harry said. "Gornick Ironbite, who lost his family to wizard cruelty and was driven mad by grief. He told me, in his cell beneath this castle, how to unmake what he had made. He told me because I asked him. He told me because I listened. He told me because, in the end, even the iron I could not stand alongside you. You betrayed him, Tom. Just as you have betrayed everyone who ever trusted you. And betrayal leaves marks that a forgemaster can read." He pressed harder, and the silver body began to crack. The Philosopher's Stone flared bright red as the framework that held it failed. Voldemort screamed, not with his voice but with his mind, a psychic shriek that echoed across the battlefield and sent Death Eaters stumbling back with their hands over their ears. "The stone," Hermione's voice rang out across the courtyard. She had returned from the kitchens, her robes torn and her face smudged with ash but her eyes fierce. "Harry, the stone can't be destroyed by normal means, it needs, I know what it needs." Harry pulled the Philosopher's Stone from the collapsing silver body and held it aloft. "It needs to be given freely. That is how Dumbledore set the protection on it, only someone who wants the stone but does not want to use it can access its power. Voldemort could never have used it to make the elixir of life. He could only use it as a battery. But I do not want the stone. I have no use for immortality. My people do not fear death the way you do, Tom." He closed his fist around the stone. The crimson glow intensified, then brightened to pure white, then shattered outward in a wave of light that passed through the courtyard like a silent detonation. The Philosopher's Stone crumbled to dust between Harry's fingers. And Voldemort's silver body, deprived of its power source, collapsed. The silver fell in on itself, the framework dissolving into liquid metal that pooled on the snow and then hardened into inert slag. Voldemort's wraith erupted from the ruin, a shrieking vortex of darkness that spiraled upward, seeking escape. But without a body, without the stone, it was weaker than it had been since the night it first fell. It was a fragment of a fragment, sustained only by the Horcruxes that still existed somewhere in the world. "You have not won," the wraith howled, its voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. "My Horcruxes remain. I will return. I will always return. You cannot kill me." "You cannot," the Horcruxes, Harry said. "Yes. The cup. The locket. The diadem. The diary, already destroyed. The one hidden in the gaunt shack. The one hidden in the cave. 6 Horcruxes, plus the accidental 7th that ended up in my scar." He touched his forehead. "The one I carry. The one that has been feeding me Parseltongue and Dark Lord secrets since I was 5 years old. The one that is more mine than yours now." He walked to where his crown lay in the snow and picked it up. The fire gem was dark, the voice within it silent, drained by Voldemort's assault. But Harry could still feel the wraith's presence, faint and flickering, like a candle guttering in a storm. "I make you an offer," Harry said to the wraith that swirled above the courtyard. "Not the offer I made before. That offer was refused. This is a different offer. I will not destroy your Horcruxes. I will not hunt down the fragments of your soul and burn them one by one. Instead, I will gather them. Every last one. And I will bind them into a new vessel. Not a body, you do not deserve a body. A crown. A new crown, forged from goblin silver and wizard magic, built to hold the disparate pieces of your shattered soul together. The wraith writhed. You would make me a prisoner in your crown. I would make you whole. Trapped, yes. Bound, yes. But whole. All your fragments united for the first time since you began splitting your soul. You will be a witness to the world you tried to destroy. You will watch the peace you said was impossible. You will see goblins and wizards building the future you swore could never exist. And every day, you will know that you were wrong. That is not mercy. That is torture. It is both. Just as your existence has been both. You have caused unimaginable suffering, Tom Riddle. You have murdered and tortured and corrupted. But you were also a child once. A child who was failed by the people who should have protected him. I cannot undo what you have done. I can only ensure that what remains of you is forced to bear witness to the healing you said was impossible. The wraith was silent. Below it, the battle had ended. The Death Eaters who had not fled were being disarmed by Aurors who had finally arrived, too late to help but in time to clean up. The Iron Eye warriors had surrendered, they were broken by the destruction of their silver god. Hogsmeade had been saved, the village defenders having held the line long enough for reinforcements from the deep roads to arrive. And in the Underrealm, Griphook's forces had repelled the Iron Eye assault, Gornik himself leading the goblin defenders in a battle that had turned the tide against his former followers. It was over. Not the war, the Horcruxes still needed to be found, the remnants of Voldemort's forces still needed to be hunted down, the political battles with the Ministry still needed to be fought. But the moment of crisis had passed. The Dark Lord's attempt to crush the Alliance had failed. And the Alliance was stronger for having survived. Voldemort's wraith hovered above the courtyard, a dark vortex against the dawn sky. Then, slowly, it began to descend. I accept, the wraith whispered. Better to be whole and imprisoned than scattered and fading. But know this, Harry Potter. If your crown ever breaks, if your peace ever fails, I will be waiting. And I will not be merciful. I would expect nothing less. But my peace will not fail. Because it is not built on my power. It is built on the choices of everyone who chose to stand with me tonight. You could never have inspired that. That is why you lost. Harry raised his crown and placed it on his head. The fire gem kindled weakly, then steadied. The wraith's presence settled back into its place at the edge of his awareness, exhausted and subdued. That was well done, the wraith murmured. Insufferably noble, but well done. Thank you. Now be quiet. I have a war to end. The hours after the battle were a blur of activity and exhaustion. The wounded were treated, the dead were counted, the prisoners were secured. The Ministry arrived in force, not just Fudge and his cronies, but a full delegation from the Wizengamot, summoned by Dumbledore's emergency owls. They found a school that had defended itself, a village that had survived, and a goblin king who had faced the Dark Lord and won. The negotiations took 3 days. Harry, his crown steady on his brow and his voice hoarse from hours of debate, sat across from Cornelius Fudge in the Hogwarts Great Hall, which had been transformed once again, this time not into a courtroom but into a treaty chamber. The house tables were gone, replaced by a massive circular table that had been brought up from the Chamber of the Forge, an ancient piece of goblin furniture that dated back to the castle's construction. The 13 chairs from the trial had been expanded to 27, representing every faction that had fought in the battle, the Goblin Nation, the Ministry, Hogwarts, the Centaur Herds, the Merfolk of the Black Lake, the werewolf packs that had defected from Greyback, and even a delegation from the House Elves, whose bravery in sealing the passages had been formally acknowledged for the first time in wizarding history. The terms are not negotiable, Harry said. He had repeated this sentence so many times that it had become a refrain. The Goblin Nation is a sovereign state. Its treaties with the wizarding world are valid and binding. Its artifacts belong to its people. Its laws hold equal weight with wizard law on shared territory. This is not a request. This is a statement of fact. The Wisingamot cannot simply, the Wisingamot can do whatever it chooses. But if it chooses to deny the treaty, it chooses to deny an alliance that just saved your villages and your schools and your minister's life. Harry's voice was flat but carried an edge. The Goblin nation does not need the ministry's recognition to exist. We have existed for 10,000 years. We will exist for 10,000 more. But the ministry needs us. Voldemort's Horcruxes are still out there. His remaining followers are still dangerous. And there are other threats that will not distinguish between wizard and goblin when they come. He leaned forward. Or you can walk away. Declare the treaty void. Refuse to acknowledge goblin sovereignty. And face those threats alone, without our intelligence networks, our forging magic, or our warriors. See how long your statute of secrecy survives. Fudge's face was gray with exhaustion and fear. He had arrived at Hogwarts expecting to find chaos and had instead found a functioning alliance that had repelled the worst dark attack in a decade without ministry assistance. His political position was in ruins. His authority had been bypassed by events. And sitting across from him was a 12-year-old boy who had done what the entire Department of Magical Law Enforcement could not. I will need to consult with the Wisingamot, Fudge said weakly. Consult. But know that the terms will not change. And know that the Goblin nation remembers who stood with us and who stood against us. The ministry's obstruction during this crisis has been noted. Your attempt to arrest me on false charges has been noted. Your denial of Voldemort's return has been noted. Harry's green eyes were cold. We are willing to move forward. We are not willing to forget. Fudge nodded, his jowls trembling. I understand. I doubt that. But you will. The treaty was signed at midnight on the third day, in the great hall with the enchanted ceiling showing a sky full of stars. The signatories included Fudge, Dumbledore, Ragnarok, Griphook, the Centaur Chief Megorian, the Merfolk Queen Mercus, and a small, trembling house elf named Winky who had been chosen to represent her people. Harry signed as the Goblin King, his name inked in goblin silver, his crown burning with steady amber light. The terms were comprehensive. Goblin sovereignty was recognized under international magical law. The Treaty of the Hammer and Quill was reaffirmed and strengthened, with new provisions for artifact repatriation and cultural exchange. A Goblin Wizard Council was established, with equal seats for both species and observer seats for other magical beings. Hogwarts was designated as shared territory in perpetuity, its wards remaining under the joint authority of the headmaster and the Goblin King. And the prisoners taken in the battle, both Death Eater and Iron Eye, would be tried by mixed tribunals rather than wizard-only courts. It was not everything Harry had wanted. The artifact repatriation would take decades. The cultural exchange would face resistance from traditionalists on both sides. The ministry would look for loopholes and delays. But it was a beginning. A foundation. A forge fire lit beneath the future. When the last signature was dry, Dumbledore rose from his seat. His face was older than Harry had ever seen it, the lines deeper, the eyes less twinkling. But there was something else there too, relief, perhaps. Or release. I have been headmaster of this school for 40 years, Dumbledore said. In that time, I have made many choices. Some were wise. Some were foolish. Some were cruel in ways I did not understand until it was too late. He looked at Harry. I placed you with the Dursleys because I believed the blood protection was more important than your happiness. I did not check on you because I was afraid of what I would find. I kept secrets from you because I believed I knew better than anyone else what was right. He removed his half-moon spectacles and polished them. I was wrong. About many things. About you most of all. He replaced his spectacles and met Harry's eyes. You have done what I could not. You have built bridges where I built barriers. You have trusted where I manipulated. You have led where I only planned. I am proud of you. Not because of any prophecy. Not because of any destiny. Because of who you have chosen to be. Harry was silent for a moment. Then he removed his crown and set it on the table before him. The fire gem pulsed softly, the wraith within it watching and listening. When I was in the cupboard, Harry said quietly, I used to dream that someone would come for me. A hero. A rescuer. Someone who would see that I was suffering and do something about it. For years, no one came. And then the goblins came. He looked at Griphook, who stood at his shoulder. They did not rescue me because they were heroes. They rescued me because it was the right thing to do. They gave me a hammer and a forge and a crown. They taught me that power is not about being the strongest person in the room. It is about being the person who shows up when no one else will. He looked back at Dumbledore. You did not show up. For 10 years, you did not show up. And then I arrived at your school wearing a crown and quoting treaties, and you tried to fit me into your plans as though the decade between us had never happened. That was not evil. It was not malice. It was the same blindness that has afflicted wizards for centuries, the assumption that your way is the only way, that your plans are the best plans, that other beings exist to be managed rather than respected. He picked up his crown and held it in his hands. I am not your weapon. I am not your chosen one. I am the Goblin King. And I am offering you the same thing I offer everyone, a seat at the table. Not at the head. Not at the foot. Just a seat. Equal. Respected. Part of something larger than yourself. Will you take it? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he knelt. It was not a gesture of submission. It was a gesture of respect, goblin style, one knee to the stone, head bowed, hands open and empty. The hall fell utterly silent. Even the portraits stopped their whispering. I will take the seat, Dumbledore said. And I will endeavor to be worthy of it. Harry nodded once. Then rise, Albus Dumbledore. Not as my subject. As my ally. The past is iron. It can be melted and reforged. Let us begin. 3 days later, in the chamber of the forge, Harry completed the work that would define the rest of his reign. The chamber had been transformed since the battle. The dark throne that Gornek had built was gone, melted down and reworked into tools. The basilisk slept in her corner, her milky eyes clearing week by week as Harry's forging songs continued the healing that 1,000 years of solitude had begun. The ancient anvils had been cleaned and restored, and new forges had been built alongside them, wizard forges, designed by Hermione and Professor Flitwick, that combined goblin metallurgy with human charm work. At the center of the chamber, on an anvil that had been carved from the living stone of the deep roads, a crown was taking shape. It was not like Harry's crown. His crown was dark iron and ancient fire, forged by iron-eye hands, carrying a wraith that he had not chosen. This crown was different. It was goblin silver and holly wood, the metal and the plant woven together so tightly that they could never be separated. The silver had been sung into shape by Harry's own voice. The holly had been provided by the centaurs, harvested from a tree that had grown on the edge of the forbidden forest for 300 years. And embedded in the silver at the front of the crown, where a gem might have gone, was a single iron nail, the nail that Harry had given to Draco Malfoy on a cold night in the library, which Draco had returned to him after the battle with the words, I cannot make one of these. But I can give this one back. The forging took 7 hours. Harry worked without rest, his hammer striking the metal in precise rhythm, his voice weaving the forging song that would bind the crown's purpose into its substance. Around him stood his council, Griphook and Ragnarok, Dumbledore and McGonagall, Hermione and Ron, Neville and Draco. They did not speak. They did not interfere. They simply bore witness as the Goblin King forged the most important artifact of his reign. When the crown was complete, Harry held it up to the torchlight. The silver gleamed. The holly glowed with a faint green luminescence. The iron nail at its center was dark and plain and utterly perfect. "This crown is not for me," Harry said. "My crown was forged by the Iron Eye. It carries their blood and their wraith. I wear it as a reminder of what I came from and what I must never become. But this crown is for the future. It is for the goblin who will rule after me, and the goblin after them, and the goblin after them. It carries no wraith. It carries no past. It carries only the promise that the goblin nation will endure." He turned to the wraith that swirled above his own crown, the fragment of Voldemort that had watched and whispered and slowly, painfully, begun to change. "I made you a promise," Harry said. "I said I would bind you into a new vessel. A crown that would hold all your fragments together, forcing you to witness the world you tried to destroy. The Horcrux hunt is not complete. The cup and the locket and the diadem are still out there. The one in the gaunt shack, the one in the cave. But when they are found, when they are gathered, they will be bound here." He gestured at the new crown. "Not as a prisoner. As a conscience. You will speak to the kings and queens who wear this crown. You will offer them the perspective of their darkest enemy. You will remind them what happens when power is pursued without compassion. And if I refuse?" The wraith's voice was quieter than it had ever been, stripped of its cold arrogance. "If I choose oblivion instead? Then you will have oblivion. The destruction of your Horcruxes will destroy you. But I do not think you will choose oblivion. I think you have learned too much. I think you have watched too closely. I think, in some way that frightens you, you have begun to care." The wraith was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was so faint that Harry barely heard it. "You are insufferable. You have always been insufferable. Even as a child, huddled in your forge, asking me questions I did not want to answer. Even then, you were different. I had good teachers. You were one of them. Not the best. Not the kindest. But a teacher nonetheless. I tried to kill you. You failed. Learn from it." The wraith made a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a sob. "Bind me, then. Bind me to your crown of silver and holly. Let me be the warning voice in the ears of your successors. Let me see the peace I swore would never exist. It will be torture. But perhaps it will also be penance." Harry nodded. He raised the new crown above the anvil and began to sing. The forging song filled the chamber of the forge, resonating through the ancient stone, waking the runes that had been dark for 1,000 years. The basilisk lifted her head and hummed in harmony. The wraith in Harry's crown screamed, not in pain but in release, the fragment of soul tearing free from the iron that had held it for 7 years and flowing like shadow into the new vessel. The holly wood blazed with green fire. The goblin's silver sang. The iron nail at the center of the crown glowed white-hot for a single, eternal moment. Then the light faded, and the chamber was still. The new crown sat on the anvil, perfect and complete. And inside it, Harry could feel the wraith, all of Voldemort's fractured soul that had been trapped in his old crown, now waiting for the rest of its fragments to join it. "That was unpleasant," the wraith said. Its voice was different now, clearer, more solid, as though the silver and holly had given it a stronger anchor than the iron ever had. "I do not recommend the experience." Noted. Harry picked up his own crown, the dark iron circlet that had been forged from Iron Eye blood, and examined it. The fire gem still glowed. The voice of the wraith was no longer inside it. It was simply a crown now. A symbol of authority. A piece of metal that carried no soul but his own. He placed it on his head. It felt lighter than it ever had. "The war is not over," he said, turning to his council. "Voldemort's Horcruxes are still out there. His followers are still dangerous. The Iron Eye is broken but not destroyed. And there are other threats, threats I have seen in the Deep Forge visions, threats that will come from beyond Britain, beyond Europe, beyond anything the wizarding world has prepared for." He paused. But tonight, we have one. Not just a battle. A principle. The principle that goblins and wizards can stand together. That peace is possible. That the past is not destiny. He looked at Griphook. You raised me. You taught me. You believed in me when I was nothing but a starving child in a cupboard. Without you, I would be dead or broken or worse. The crown I wear is yours as much as mine. Griphook's old eyes glistened. You were never nothing, Hadrian. Even in that cupboard, you were a king. You simply did not know it yet. Harry looked at Hermione. You were my first friend. The first person who asked questions instead of making assumptions. The first person who treated goblin culture as something worth understanding rather than something to fear. Your research has changed the world. Your courage has saved lives. And your friendship has saved me. Hermione's eyes were bright with tears, but her voice was steady. You gave me a purpose. Not just facts. Not just books. Something real. Something worth fighting for. Harry looked at Ron. You came from a family that taught you to distrust goblins. You learned to see past that. You saved goblin lives in Hogsmeade. You fought beside them in the greenhouses. You are the proof that prejudice can be unlearned. That is no small thing. That is everything. Ron's ears were red, but his jaw was set. You're my friend. Doesn't matter what you are. Goblin king or wizard or whatever. You're my friend. Harry looked at Neville, who had become a fierce defender of the school's greenhouses and a skilled wielder of goblin-forged tools. He looked at Draco, who stood with the iron nail still on its chain around his neck, his pointy face no longer sneering but thoughtful, watchful. He looked at Dumbledore, who had knelt and risen and was still learning what it meant to be an ally rather than a manipulator. We are a strange alliance, Harry said. Goblins and wizards. Purebloods and muggleborns. The brave and the frightened, the brilliant and the stubborn. But we are an alliance. And we will face what comes together. He raised the new crown, the crown of witness, he would call it, and placed it on a stand beside the anvil. It would wait there, in the chamber of the forge, until the Horcruxes were gathered and the fragments of Voldemort's soul were united within it. It would wait for the king or queen who would come after Harry, whoever they might be, to wear it and hear the warning voice of the Dark Lord who had been wrong about everything. Then Harry walked to the entrance of the chamber and turned to face his council one last time. Tonight, we rest. Tomorrow, we begin the hunt. I will send word to the deep roads, to the ministry, to the centaur herds and the merfolk and every ally we have. The Horcruxes must be found. Voldemort's remnants must be captured. And the world we have built must be defended. He paused, and his green eyes swept across the room, taking in every face, every scar, every hope and fear and weary, stubborn determination. But tonight, we celebrate. Not because the war is over. Because we are still here. Because we are still together. Because for the first time in 1,000 years, goblins and wizards are not enemies but allies. That is worth celebrating. That is worth protecting. That is worth everything. He climbed the long pipe that led back to the school, his council following behind him. The castle was waiting, scarred but standing, its wards humming with new strength, its halls full of students and goblins and centaurs and house elves, all of them working together to repair the damage of the battle. In the great hall, a feast had been laid. Not the formal feast of the start of term, but something warmer and wilder, goblin dishes alongside wizard fare, centaur mead flowing freely, house elf serving and being served in turn. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky of clear winter stars, and the torches burned with the amber light of goblin forge fire. Harry entered the hall, and the room rose. Every student. Every professor. Every goblin, every centaur, every merfolk, every house elf. They rose to their feet, not in the silence of fear but in the thunder of applause. It went on and on, echoing off the stone walls, and Harry stood at the head of the hall and let it wash over him. He was 12 years old. He had faced a Dark Lord and a goblin insurgency and a ministry that wanted him gone. He had fought with a blade and a crown and a forging song. He had built an alliance that would have seemed impossible a year ago. And he was not done. But for tonight, he was a boy at a feast. For tonight, he was a king surrounded by friends. For tonight, he was home. He sat at the iron table between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, and Hermione sat beside him and Ron sat across from him and Griphook stood at his shoulder like the Forgemaster father he had always been. And they ate and drank and laughed and told stories of the battle, the moments of terror and the moments of ridiculousness, the venomous tentacula that had saved Neville's life and the suit of armor that had tripped 3 Death Eaters into a pile. The hall was alive with the sound of 100 conversations, 1,000 hopes, a future that was finally, imperfectly, beginning. At midnight, Harry stood and walked to the window. The snow had stopped falling. The grounds of Hogwarts stretched white and silent beneath the stars. Somewhere in the darkness, the remnants of Voldemort's forces huddled in their hiding places, wondering what had gone wrong. Somewhere in the deep roads, goblins who had once belonged to the Iron Eye were choosing a different path. Somewhere, the Horcruxes waited to be found. But here, in the castle that had been built by goblin hands and wizard magic 1,000 years ago, a king and his people were celebrating the peace they had won. Harry touched his crown. It was lighter than it had ever been. The voice of the wraith was gone from it, transferred to the new crown of witness, leaving only silence and the steady pulse of the fire gem. He was alone in his own head for the first time since he was 5 years old. It was strange. It was peaceful. It was the beginning of something new. Today we are no longer wizards and goblins, he said, and his voice carried across the silent hall. We are a people. But a crown is lighter than the weight of memory. There are other creatures who watch tonight, centaurs, merfolk, elves. We build this peace for them too. And for the ones who will come after them. And for the ones who will be born into a world where goblin and wizard are not enemies but neighbors. That is the world we have begun to build tonight. It will not be easy. It will not be quick. But it will be ours. He turned back to the hall, to his friends and his allies and his people. Let us build it together.